Chapter 90. Brother Scar, I don't think you need to worry. A bandit shouted, those students are all unarmed, and we are fully armed. No matter how powerful they are, I'm afraid they will be killed before they come to us. What are you afraid of? That's right, the reason why Baldy and the others died must be because they were careless and approached them. As long as we attack from a distance, no matter how powerful their martial arts are, they can't bite us. Their hands have to be so long. Indeed, we still have sharpshooters here. We can kill the enemy from 5 kilometers away. If there is any danger, we can directly shoot them in the head. We are very safe. A group of bandits shouted, not afraid at all, not taking it seriously at all. In fact, the knife-scarred man said to be cautious, but he didn't put this group of students in his eyes. After all, they were all bandits with the strength of the 8th or even the 9th heavenly layer. They could kill these students with their bare hands. Not to mention that they had grenades, laser guns, and other weapons on them. If they couldn't kill these students with this, they might as well kill themselves with a piece of tofu, so as not to waste food. However, he still had to say something. He said in a deep voice, in short, the boss warned us that we must not be careless this time. We must make sure that those students have no resistance before we can approach. If any of you die because of carelessness, don't blame me. His tone was very harsh. Brother Scar, don't worry, I'm going to shoot and break their hands and feet one by one, so that even if they are immortals, they can't threaten us. A bandit said grimly. It seems that there is a man in that group of students. His strength seems to be good. He is in the 7th heavenly layer of martial arts. Trash, that man is useless, just kill him directly. That's right, we only need the women, kill all the men, leave no one alive. Several bandits talked and revealed a murderous aura, wanting to approach the cave. Be careful, there is a figure coming out of the cave. It seems that he wants to fight desperately. 5 kilometers away, a sniper was staring at the cave with an optical telescope all the time and immediately noticed this situation. So, he told the other bandits the news through the walkie-talkie. It's that male student. Some of the bandits also noticed a figure rushing out of the cave. He was as fast as a cheetah, but his face was full of disdain. Are you trying to struggle before death? Sniper, eliminate him. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying bullet was shot from 5 kilometers away. The speed was extremely fast, almost reaching the sound barrier. The power of such a bullet could easily tear apart an armored vehicle. If a human body was hit by this bullet, it would explode in an instant and be torn to pieces. Are they here? A cold light flashed in Xia Ping's eyes. His mental force spread out in all directions, and he immediately sensed the flow of air in the distance. His figure flashed, and he immediately dodged the bullet. With a bang, the bullet smashed into the ground, instantly creating a hole with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. Soil splattered everywhere, and the force of the impact even cracked a nearby rock. One could imagine how terrifying this sniper bullet was. Damn it, he dodged it. The sniper couldn't believe his eyes. He had absolute confidence in his strength. He could casually kill an expert above the 9th layer of the martial disciple realm, and he could blow his head off with one shot. But now, that student actually easily dodged his bullet and made it miss. Oh no, that guy found us and ran towards us, a bandit shouted. Another hook-nosed bandit said disdainfully, run. Is that idiot here to die? We can shoot randomly and turn him into a beehive in an instant. What's there to be afraid of? At this moment, a stone flew in the air. Its speed was so fast that it actually rubbed against the air in the air, producing sparks. It suddenly came to the side of the hook-nosed bandit. Bang! Immediately, the hook-nosed bandit's head was penetrated by the stone, and his head exploded on the spot like a watermelon. His whole body slowly fell like this, and he didn't even have time to scream. Before he died, he still maintained the posture of pulling the trigger. No, 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 old 15 is dead. He was killed by that bastard. Damn beast! Shouted a bandit at the side. He was furious to the extreme. His peer had been killed right beside him. But before he could do anything, another stone flew, tearing through the air. It was more terrifying than a sniper bullet. With a bang, it pierced the bandit's throat. The bandit covered his throat that was bleeding profusely. His eyes showed a look of unwillingness and horror. It seemed that he couldn't believe that he was killed like this. He wanted to say something, but his throat was pierced, and he was already leaking air. He couldn't say anything. His body fell like this, and the yellow soil was dyed red with blood. Damn it, that damned beast. Kill him, shoot him immediately. Sniper, do it. 2 more people were killed by him. That bastard, I must kill him, kill him. The remaining bandits were completely crazy. They were so arrogant before, thinking that they could kill Xiaoping and the others. They even planned to enjoy a few female high school students. The plan was all ready. But who would have thought that before the plan started, 2 of them were killed? Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 stones flew out like black lightning, and like accurate missiles, they found the position of 3 bandits in an instant. With a few spluttering sounds, they easily pierced their hearts. They could only let out a muffled groan, fell to the ground, and died. Sniper, what the fuck are you doing? Didn't you eat today? Why don't you kill him? Shoot! Even the scar-faced man's eyes were bloodshot, and his heart was like a balloon that was about to burst. 5 elites died at once. Even the cheetah regiment couldn't bear such a loss. Brother Scar, it's not working. We can't lock onto his position at all. It's as if he has eyes all over his body. The sniper was also burning with anxiety. It was the first time he had seen such an opponent. He couldn't lock onto his opponent's position at all. Or rather, he thought he had locked onto his opponent, but the moment he fired, the opponent escaped again. It was as if the opponent could predict the future. This was simply the nemesis of snipers like them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another 3 stones flew out. They zigzagged in the air, penetrated the trees, and exploded the heads of 3 bandits. Their heads exploded like watermelons on the spot. Even if they hid under a tree, under a rock, or even crawled on the ground, they would still die. Chapter 91. Damn it! Damn it! The knife-scarred man was enraged to the extreme. In just a few breaths of time, 8 of their team members had been killed by that student, and their team only had 11 or 12 people. Apart from the sniper, there were still 3 people left alive. Now he finally knew why the bald man died. It was not because of carelessness, nor was it because of a sneak attack, but because there was a monster among this group of students. Brother Knife Scar, let's retreat. If this goes on, we will definitely be wiped out. The sniper also felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He felt that he seemed to be targeted. Even if they were separated by 4 or 5 kilometers, he didn't know why he didn't feel any sense of security. Damn it! The knife-scarred man gritted his teeth, but how could he be willing to retreat like this? He had a small team of 12 people, all of whom were elites, powerhouses above the 8th heavenly layer, fully armed with laser guns and grenades. But now, 8 of them were killed by a student and forced to flee for their lives. How could he be willing? Bang bang! But with such a delay, 2 stones shot out again, one penetrating a rock half the height of a person, and suddenly a bandit's heart burst, and the whole body was pierced. A bandit tried to escape through the air, but he was also hit on the head by the stone, smashing it into pieces on the spot. A headless body fell heavily, blood flowing. Run! The knife-scarred man was so scared that he peed his pants. He was no longer unwilling. Now was not the time to think about face. It was the time to see if he could escape from this demon. Right now, only he and the sniper were still alive. But the sniper was on a mountain 5 kilometers away. In fact, he was the only one left alive here. He couldn't believe that a little student, a guy at the 7th heaven of martial arts, could wipe out his entire team with his bare hands. It was a terrible mess. Shoo! At this moment, another stone flew, tearing through the air, producing a fierce sound of breaking through the air, and suddenly made the scarred man feel extreme danger. Bastard! The scarred man's hair stood up, but he was also a powerhouse at the ninth heaven of martial arts. He didn't know how many times he had gone through life and death, and his instinct for life and death crisis had long been tempered. With a loud bang, he turned his hand over and punched the rock into smithereens. He actually dodged this move. Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. He had used the head-piercing 7 arrows art to shoot rocks and kill so many enemies. It was simply successful in every endeavor. Although his strength had weakened a little, he didn't expect that the scarred man would be able to block it. However, it was only one move. Next time, this guy's luck might not be so good. Boom! At this moment, the sniper on the hilltop began to move. Another bullet came from afar. It was incomparably fast, like a poisonous snake aiming at Xia Ping. In fact, it wasn't just one bullet, but 3 at the same time, separated into 3 different positions, as if trying to seal off Xia Ping's escape routes. As long as one hit, Xia Ping's body would definitely be torn apart. Well done! The scarred man was immediately overjoyed. Just now, he had felt a suffocating sense of death. Blocking that move just now had only been a matter of luck. It had already consumed all of his energy. If the monster continued to attack him, he would definitely die. Fortunately, there was a sniper covering him. What a vengeful spirit! Xia Ping's eyes flashed. If he didn't kill the sniper, he was afraid that he would still be a hindrance. Moreover, this kind of person was the most annoying. Just because he was far away, he thought that others couldn't kill him and was unscrupulous. Shoo! In an instant, he also threw 3 rocks at the same time, leaving a strange trajectory in the air. It was incomparably fast and just happened to arrive in front of the 3 bullets. With a few bangs, the collision between the bullets and the rocks immediately caused a huge explosion. What? The sniper's eyes turned green. In fact, he was very confident in his attack. Even if this shot couldn't kill him, it would be able to blow off this kid's arm. However, who would have thought that this kid was so terrifying? Randomly throwing 3 rocks could collide with the 3 bullets shot by him. It was simply miraculous. Impossible, this kind of skill can't be done so easily. Luck, this is definitely luck. Next time, his luck won't be so good. I'll definitely shoot him dead. The sniper gritted his teeth. He felt extremely unwilling, but in the next second, his eyes widened. No way, what does this kid want to do? The man with a scar in the distance was also a little stunned because he saw Xia Ping actually grabbed a watermelon-sized rock on the ground and stood there. However, it was not aimed at him, but at the sniper on the mountain peak 5 kilometers away. No way, is this kid crazy? Does he want to kill the sniper from 5 kilometers away? The man with a scar couldn't believe the idea that emerged from the depths of his heart. To be honest, even the strong in the martial warrior realm might not be able to do this, let alone a little guy in the 7th heaven of the martial disciple realm. This was a dream. First style of 7 arrows, piercing heart and bone. Xia Ping grabbed the stone. His right hand seemed to turn into a steel claw, deeply inserted into the stone. He scratched out 5 marks and penetrated into the stone. He separated his feet, bent his body slightly, and stretched his spine like a giant dragon. The muscles of his whole body were tense, and the strength of every bone was transmitted. This tyrannical strength continued to extend from the soles of his feet, spine, arms, and finally to the 5 fingers, producing an extremely terrifying power. The whole person was like a god from the ancient times. Boom! With such a smash, the watermelon-sized stone flew out, madly rubbing against the air. Because the speed was too fast, it actually produced a fierce flame, began to burn, and turned into a fireball. As the stone flew fast, the flame burned, and pieces of stone fell from the air. The size of the stone slowly shrank, from the size of a watermelon to the size of half a watermelon, and then to the size of an apple. In the end, it was only the size of a glass bead. No, no, no. Originally, the sniper was still laughing at Xia Ping, thinking that he was venting his anger. However, when he looked through the telescope, the stone actually crossed a distance of 5 kilometers in a breath. In the next second, the glass bead-sized stone came in front of him. Immediately, his mind went blank. There was no time to react, and there was no way to react. Bang! The stone pierced the sniper's head in an instant, and the huge impact sent the sniper's body flying. Finally, he was thrown into the air, flying more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. Chapter 92. This. Knife Scar, who clearly saw this scene, immediately pissed his pants. Just what kind of monster was this student? From a distance of 5 kilometers, he actually killed the sniper in an instant. Was he still human? Just how stupid were they to provoke such a monster? Weren't they just looking to die? But it was already too late, far too late. When most of their people were dead, only then did he realize the horror of this matter. What use was this? I have to escape. I have to tell the boss about this immediately. Knife Scar turned around and fled. He was simply risking his life, wishing that his parents could give him more legs. But before he could even take a few steps, Xia Ping's figure appeared in front of him. No, no, no. Knife Scar cried out in fear, it's our fault. We really were wrong. We shouldn't have provoked you guys. Spare me this time. I won't dare next time. I really won't dare again. Xia Ping stepped forward and threw a punch. Tiger Fist, Fierce Tiger unleashes the cage. Bang! In an instant, Knife Scar's chest was hit. His entire heart was smashed into pieces. Even his body was sent flying, smashing through 5 or 6 trees in a row. When he fell to the ground, he was dead. Knife Scar's eyes were wide open. Before he died, he revealed an expression of unwillingness, regret, and fear. If he could turn back time, he wouldn't have led a team to wipe out the students even if he was beaten to death. Spare you? Xia Ping indifferently looked at Knife Scar's corpse, his eyes emotionless. What a joke. Sparing you is up to the King of Hell. My mission is to send you to the King of Hell. For these bandits who wanted his life, the only way was to kill. Seeing that these bandits were all dead, Xia Ping took away their laser guns, hand grenades, bulletproof vests, and other weapons. It would be a waste if he didn't take these things. Moreover, he would probably have to face the counterattack of the entire cheetah group. Arming Jiang Yaru and the others was also very beneficial. At least he wouldn't have to divert his attention to protect them. After doing this, he walked towards the cave. At this time, on a mountain peak in the center of Beast Island. The leader of the cheetah squad, Lin Bao, had an extremely gloomy expression on his face. His heart was filled with anxiety and anger. He had tried to contact the scarred man, but there had been no reply. After all, this was the scarred man. Not a single one of the 12 people that had been sent out had returned. Even though they were unwilling to admit it, these people had definitely been wiped out. Damn it! With a snap, Lin Bao crushed the communication device in his hand. He was enraged to the extreme. Who is it? Who killed the people of my cheetah group? Does he want to die? With the death of a 12-man elite squad, in addition to the death of the bald man and his men, the entire cheetah squad was now more than half dead. It could be said that this kind of loss was too heavy. It was simply a serious injury. In particular, the sniper's death was unimaginably tragic. After all, there weren't many sharpshooters with such talent in the world. He had spent a lot of effort to invite him to join. But now he was dead. Boss, the scarlet blood fruit is about to ripen, a subordinate reported. At this time, on the big tree in the middle, there were a few fruits that seemed to be emitting a bright red glow. They emitted a strange fragrance that seemed to fill the entire valley, causing the cells in one's body to groan. And this fragrance attracted the attention of countless beasts in the surroundings. All of them were incomparably crazy and restless, as if they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to charge forward. However, they still endured it because the fruit had not ripened yet. Damn it! Lin Bao clenched his teeth. His expression was unsettled. No matter who you are, you must die for killing the people of my cheetah group. As long as you stay on Beast Island, there is no way you can live. Just you wait. Once I get my hands on the scarlet blood fruit, I will immediately take your life. His body emitted a terrifying murderous aura. It was obvious that this peerless villain was enraged. Even when he was betrayed by his brothers, he had never been this angry. However, Lin Bao was also a person with a deep mind. He had the disposition of an ambitious and ruthless person. Very quickly, he calmed down from his endless anger. He said to his subordinate, "Is the plan ready?" "Boss, it's ready." The subordinate smiled sinisterly. "We've already set up a large number of bombs in the vicinity. Once the scarlet blood fruit ripens, we will immediately blow up all these beasts and raze this place to the ground. At that time, not only will we obtain the scarlet blood fruit, we will also obtain the corpses of these beasts. This is also a huge harvest. This time, we're going to be rich." He was very pleased with himself. Lin Bao nodded. "Good. Continue to wait. Don't let anything happen in the surroundings." "Yes, boss." The group of subordinates replied loudly. At this time, Xia Ping had already returned to the cave. Xia Ping. Seeing a familiar figure walking in from outside the cave, Jiang Yaru immediately cried out in surprise. But very quickly, she discovered that the things in Xia Ping's hands were shockingly laser guns, hand grenades, and other weapons. "These things, where did you get them from?" Jiang Yaru was dumbfounded. She didn't remember Xia Ping being an arms dealer. Just where did he get these weapons from? Xia Ping said lightly, "I got it from those bandits." "How is that possible?" Jiang Yaru was stunned. Those bandits weren't idiots. How could they obediently hand over these weapons? But she quickly thought of a possibility. Her expression immediately changed. "Don't tell me you killed those bandits?" "That's right. Not a single one was left alive." Xia Ping nodded. "What?" Hearing this, not only Jiang Yaru, but even Zhu Erqin, Roland, and the other girls were all dumbfounded. There were more than a dozen heavily armed bandits outside, and one of them was even a sniper. They were incomparably terrifying. Such tyrannical figures were actually all killed by this man. Although they also knew that Xia Ping went out of the cave to deal with the group of bandits, they never thought that Xia Ping would really succeed in this matter. "Impossible. You're not joking, are you?" Jiang Yaru didn't dare to believe it. To kill these heavily armed bandits, one had to be at least in the martial warrior realm. Xia Ping faintly smiled. "Is it real or not? Just go outside and take a look. The corpses are all outside." He pointed outside the cave, his attitude very casual. Jiang Yaru and the others were skeptical. But there really was no gunfire outside. It was so quiet that it was a little frightening. It was as if it was the eve of a storm. Chapter 93. "No, it can't be, they're all dead." Jiang Yaru and the others carefully went out of the cave and immediately saw the corpses lying on the ground. They were inexplicably shocked. Those incomparably ferocious gangsters were now lying on the ground without any breath. Is almost equal to obviously, they were already dead and couldn't be more dead. What about the sniper 5 kilometers away? Zhu Erqin couldn't help but ask. Xia Ping said lightly, "Don't worry, he's also dead." What? All the girls were shocked. This news was even more shocking than the fact that all these gangsters were dead. After all, it wasn't that easy to kill a sniper. 5 kilometers was enough for a sniper to kill any enemy. But now that the sniper was dead, there was no doubt that it was also killed by this man. How did he do it? Jiang Yaru and the others were extremely curious. It must be known that these gangsters not only had many weapons on them, but they were also martial artists themselves, at least above the 8th layer of martial disciple. For such a character, even if they were barehanded, they might not be able to defeat him, let alone kill him. It's very simple, because I'm very strong. Xia Ping smiled slightly. Boast. Just keep boasting. Jiang Yaru looked at this guy blowing his own trumpet. No matter how strong he was only at the 7th layer of martial disciple. How could he kill these enemies with his bare hands? In order to kill those gangsters without any losses, this guy must have used some means that they didn't know. Xia Ping, you're really amazing. A tall girl from Jingde Middle School looked at Xia Ping with a face full of admiration. We're all students, why are you so amazing? How do you cultivate? Can you teach me? No matter what means Xia Ping used to kill those gangsters, the fact that he killed them could not be changed. Moreover, saving them was enough to prove Xia Ping's strength. Even the number 1 expert of Jingde Middle School, Han Shan, was not this man's opponent. It's not a problem to teach you, but cultivation is a very secretive thing. I think we may need to find another time and a secret place to discuss it in detail. Xia Ping showed a face of righteousness, indicating that teaching people was not a problem at all. He was a good teacher, especially when it came to girls' requests, he rarely refused. Bullshit. Jiang Yaru was half angered to death. Why did they have to find another time and a more secluded place to ask for advice on cultivation? Couldn't they just ask here? This bastard clearly harbored evil intentions. However, the tall girl's eyes immediately lit up. She giggled and said, "That's great. Why don't we set the time at the end of this trial? The location will be my house. That place is very secluded and I guarantee that we won't be disturbed. Also, my parents are on a business trip. They are not at home." Her tone was bold and hot. "Your parents aren't home?" Xia Ping touched his chin, and his eyes suddenly lit up. That's good, that's good. It's best if my parents aren't home." Shameless. Jiang Yaru was so angry that his nose was crooked. These two adulterers had actually started to flirt with each other, acting as if there was no one else around. They had even gone to their own home, and even his parents weren't home. It was obvious what they were planning. "Brother Xia, don't listen to that saw. What's so fun about going to her house? Why don't we go to my house?" A voluptuous girl stepped forward. Her beautiful eyes were filled with boldness. "My bedroom just so happens to have a large bed that can accommodate 3 to 5 people. It's very big and soft, very suitable for cultivation. Go die. Don't listen to them. These women all have evil intentions. They definitely want to harm you, Brother Xia. I'm much more serious. I just want to ask you some questions on cultivation. It's just that it might take a long time. We might need to talk for an entire night." "What kind of questions do you need to ask for an entire night? Normally, I've never seen you study so hard. Don't you always like to put on makeup and go shopping?" "Humph, can't I work hard now?" A few female students from Righteous Virtue Middle School chattered. As women of the upper class, they were very bold in expressing their feelings. They were completely different from ordinary girls who were bashful and shy. "Cultivation my ass." Hearing these words, Jiang Yaru's face turned green. Why did they have to talk about their own bed when they wanted to cultivate? It was so big and soft. What kind of cultivation was done on a bed? These bastards were simply shameless. They wanted to talk for an entire night. They were a man and a woman alone in the same room. As they talked, they'd go to bed. Why the hell were they still cultivating here? That wasn't the way to catch a man. Furthermore, as women, they should be a bit more reserved. How could they all be so shameless? Cough, cough. Xia Ping coughed. "I'm a very righteous person. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll teach you well. You'll all benefit greatly. Hee, when the time comes, we'll learn from each other. After all, we don't have much experience in this kind of thing." The group of girls giggled and surrounded Xia Ping. "Xia Ping, Get over here. Jiang Yaru couldn't take it anymore. If this continued, this man would probably start messing around with those girls even before the trial ended. How could this kind of thing happen? They were all just high school students. How could they do such a shameless thing like this? As a rumored girlfriend, a fake girlfriend, she definitely wouldn't allow this kind of thing to happen. She immediately pulled Xia Ping away to get rid of those shameless girls. Hee hee. Seeing this, the girls from Righteous Virtue Middle School all giggled. They seemed very happy. They also knew about the rumored relationship between Xia Ping and Jiang Yara, but they didn't care. To them, stealing an outstanding man was the only meaningful thing. And didn't having a beautiful girlfriend mean that the other party was outstanding? There was no better prey than this. Look, there's someone coming over there. Suddenly, Zhu Erqin shouted. She noticed that in the distance, there seemed to be 5 or 6 figures appearing, running towards them in a panic. And behind these figures, there seemed to be 2 criminals chasing after them. They were armed with guns, and from time to time, explosions could be heard. It's Chu Rong. Jiang Yara's eyes were very sharp. He immediately recognized these figures. One of them was shockingly Chu Rong. Crap, they seem to be also being chased by those criminals. The others' expressions changed. Clearly, they also thought that perhaps they weren't the only ones being chased by those criminals. Even the people from other schools might fall into the same predicament. But those students might not be as strong as Xia Ping. It was very likely that some of them would die at the hands of these criminals, or be captured alive, falling into a desperate situation. I'll go save them. Chapter 94. In the forest. A few girls were nimble and agile. They were running around the surrounding trees, dodging the attacks of the criminals. Their faces were filled with panic, and some of them were even injured. Damn it! Chu Rong clenched her teeth. She was carrying an injured girl on her back. Just now, the girl had been accidentally hit by a laser, injuring her left leg. Blood flowed out, and she basically couldn't move anymore. If she abandoned this girl, she could obviously escape from these criminals and escape without a trace. But with her personality, how could she do something like watch someone die? Didn't they say this was an uninhabited island with only wild beasts? Just where did these criminals come from? Chu Rong was very unwilling. She couldn't understand why this had happened. That was because just as she was leading a few of her companions out to hunt wild beasts, single-mindedly focused on defeating Jiang Yaru, 3 or 4 armed bandits suddenly rushed out. They were extremely vicious and merciless. They killed 2 male students in one go, shocking everyone. Although she also used her tyrannical martial arts to kill one of them, she was outnumbered. Moreover, the enemies had weapons, so she could only run into the depths of the forest. Xiao Rong, we can't go on anymore. We've been running for half a day already. We're out of energy. A girl beside her was pale. Her forehead was covered in sweat and she was panting. Clearly, she was exhausted. The other companions were the same. After all, they didn't have Chu Rong's stamina to run for a day and a night without a problem. This was a talent. Don't relax. Chu Rong roared. Can't you see that those criminals are right behind us? Once we're caught, can you imagine what will happen to us? Grit your teeth and endure to the end. She reprimanded her companions. But, we're really out of energy. The girl clenched her teeth. They also wanted to endure, but sometimes willpower and physical strength weren't on the same level. Being chased like this, their nerves were stretched taut. They almost couldn't bear it anymore. After all, they were just students a day ago. When had they ever encountered such a desperate pursuit? Suddenly, a girl accidentally tripped over a rock and fell to the ground on the spot. Her face was bruised and swollen, and even her knees were bleeding. Xiao Lan! Everyone cried out in alarm. They didn't think that in such a fast escape, there would be someone left behind. This was big trouble. Don't worry about me, just run on your own. The girl gritted her teeth. She did not want to implicate her companions. At this time, the 2 or 3 criminals behind also rushed up. When they saw someone lying on the ground, their eyes immediately lit up. "Ha, the little girl finally can't run away." One of the thugs smiled sinisterly. "We've been chasing you for so long. You guys are really good at running. I'll let you guys have a taste of what it's like to be a man." His tone was sinister and vicious, making people shudder. When the girls heard this, their faces immediately turned pale. "End the battle, don't waste time." Another gangster said in a low voice, "I heard the news that Brother Scar's team was completely annihilated. There's someone ruthless in this group of students. Boss told us to be careful." "What's there to be afraid of? That Dao Ba must have been careless and fell into the trap of that group of students. That's why he ended up like this. As long as we are careful, how could this group of defenseless students be our match?" The remaining gangster said disdainfully, "But there's indeed someone ruthless in this group of girls. In a moment of carelessness, he actually killed one of our brothers. Later, I'll definitely teach this tigress a lesson and let her know how powerful men are." He stared at Chu Rong ferociously. Looking at her hot body, even his breathing became rapid. "Damn it, let's fight it out with these guys." Chu Rong clenched her fists. She could not imagine what would happen to Xiaolon if she fell into the hands of this group of criminals. The other girls' faces were pale, and their legs were trembling in fear. Although Chu Rong's words were ruthless, in reality, with their strength, they were not a match at all. If they could match them, there was no need to escape. They could just kill them. "Fight it out with us. With your lousy martial arts, do you think you can dodge our guns?" A gangster laughed cruelly, not caring about Chu Rong's words at all. Swoosh! At this moment, there was a piercing sound that tore through the air. The gangster who spoke had his head pierced by a stone. With a bang, his head was smashed into pieces like a watermelon. "Who is it?" The remaining 2 gangsters were stunned. They did not know what had happened at all. They watched helplessly as one of their companions was killed and his head exploded. Whoosh whoosh! Another 2 stones shot out like black lightning. It was impossible to see their trajectory. With 2 poochie sounds, they pierced through the throats of the 2 gangsters. Blood burst out like a fountain. Ugh! The 2 gangsters subconsciously covered their throats. Their eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. They seemed to want to say something, but their necks were leaking air, so they could not say anything. With a bang, the 2 of them fell to the ground. They were already dead. This. Chu Rong and the others were also stunned by this situation. The 3 fierce gangsters were killed in an instant without any ability to resist. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the group of girls. Xia Ping. After seeing the figure clearly, Chu Rong could not help but cry out. She was very surprised because she could recognize Xia Ping even if he turned into ashes. The other girls also recognized Xia Ping's identity. After all, this was a famous person who caused trouble everywhere. How could they not know him? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, Jiang Yaru and the others also followed Xia Ping's footsteps and quickly arrived at the empty space. Jiang Yaru. Chu Rong also saw Jiang Yaru and the others. Immediately, the group of girls let out a sigh of relief. At this time, they felt a lot safer to meet one of their own. At least if they encountered those gangsters, they would have the ability to resist. Chu Rong, it's good that you guys are fine. Jiang Yaru looked at the 3 gangsters' corpses on the ground. She did not care at all. After experiencing these things, she had long since adapted. Humans were creatures with extremely high adaptability. Could it be that you guys saved me? Chu Rong immediately thought of this possibility. Jiang Yaru waved her hand. It wasn't us who saved you. It was this guy who saved you. She pointed at Xia Ping. This guy. Chu Rong bit her lips. Her heart was very complicated. This bastard seemed to be her husband in name and had even made a contract with her. She originally wanted to forget about this matter, but this guy appeared again and even saved her. Chapter 95. In a hidden cave somewhere. At this time, Xia Ping and the others left the crime scene and conveniently took away the guns, grenades, and other weapons from the criminals. After traveling for about 10 kilometers, they finally found a hidden cave. Thus, they temporarily rested in this place. After all, a few of them were injured and couldn't travel long distances for the time being. You said that you guys encountered a group of criminals, and they even killed a few students from 88 Middle School. There were even students from other middle schools who were captured by them. Jiang Yaru stared at Chu Rong and listened to her describe what happened. The other party's experience was even worse than theirs. Not only were some people injured, some were captured, and some even died. The girls from Righteous Middle School also sighed. Fortunately, they left with Xia Ping and the others. Otherwise, if they encountered these criminals, their fates wouldn't be much better than theirs. Yes. Chu Rong clenched her teeth. Those criminals simply kill without batting an eye. As soon as they encountered us, they immediately opened fire. They showed no mercy. We had to use all our strength to escape. But even so, a few of us were killed and most of us were captured. Only a few of us managed to escape. The faces of the girls from 88 Middle School were gloomy. Thinking back to what happened before, it was simply a nightmare. Not even in their dreams did they expect to encounter such danger. Fortunately, they encountered Xia Ping and the others. Otherwise, they would definitely have been captured by those criminals. We wanted to inform the teachers, but we found out that the information on our watches couldn't be sent out. They used a jammer to interfere with the signal within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Chu Rong clenched her fists. Because the information couldn't be sent out, they were simply like turtles in a jar. Moreover, they were unarmed and had no way of fighting against those criminals. If we want to deal with those criminals, there are only two ways. Jiang Yaru said in a low voice. The first is to quickly escape. As long as we leave the range of the jammer, we can inform the teachers and have them send people over to eliminate those criminals. That's impossible. A bespectacled girl from Righteous Middle School said in a low voice, I know how these jammers operate. Even the smallest one has a range of several hundred kilometers, let alone a larger one. The other party is the Cheetah Group, a criminal organization that has been famous for a long time. Who knows how many hunts and hunts they have dealt with? How could they use cheap goods? In other words, the range of the opponent's jammer has already covered the entire Beast Island. No matter where we escape to, we won't be able to escape from the opponent's signal interference. In fact, it was precisely because of this reason that she chose to leave with Xia Ping and the others, because she knew that Han Shan and the others would definitely fail. It was impossible for them to leave the range of the signal interference. Then there's only one way left. Jiang Yaru clenched his fists. That's to go to the place where the Cheetah Regiment is gathered and destroy the jammer. Once the jammer is destroyed, our signal will immediately return to normal. At that time, we can also inform teacher to come over. She suggested the second method. Everyone was silent. This was indeed a good idea, but it was also a stupid one. After all, the other party was a powerful criminal organization with many people and weapons. If they went to the enemy's headquarters, it would be no different from sending sheep into a tiger's mouth. It was simply courting death. Don't tell me that the teachers won't notice our abnormalities? Once the signal is jammed, there should be some abnormalities, a girl said. The bespectacled girl shook her head. You're underestimating the other party. Do you think they haven't thought of this? After all, they're a criminal organization. They have technical talents in this area. They didn't just turn on the signal jammer, they even turned on the signal simulator. In other words, if the teachers don't deliberately investigate, they won't notice at all. From the start of the incident until now, the teachers haven't reacted at all. It's obvious that the teachers haven't felt anything strange at all, nor have they discovered what happened on the island. The entire cavern was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. No one knew what to do. These words had completely shattered their confidence. In 3 days, the teachers will come back in the spaceship again. Chu Rong clenched her fists. When that time comes, those criminals will naturally flee at the sight of us, but can those students who have been captured last for 3 days? To be honest, with those vicious criminals' methods, let alone 3 days, it would be lucky if they could even last a day. Leave this matter to me. Xia Ping suddenly said. What? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but turn to look at Xia Ping. Leave it to you. Chu Rong said in shock. Xia Ping nodded. Yes, I'll go to the headquarters alone and destroy the jammer. Have you gone crazy? Chu Rong felt that Xia Ping had gone crazy. There are dozens of them, and they're all armed. I'm afraid that before you can even get close, you'll be shot into a beehive. Although Xia Ping had just killed 2 or 3 gangsters and showed his extremely powerful skills, dealing with 3 gangsters and dealing with a group of gangsters was a different concept. I'm not going to court death. Xia Ping smiled. I'm just going to give it a try. If it's impossible, of course I won't throw my life away. But if it's easy to destroy, I won't hesitate either. He wasn't the kind of person who would sacrifice himself for others. If things didn't work out, he would naturally run away. Moreover, he also felt that it was strange. Why would these criminals suddenly appear on this desolate and uninhabited island? There must be some unspeakable secret here. He wanted to go and investigate. Perhaps he could gain some benefits from it. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone about these thoughts. If these women followed him, things would become very troublesome. He might as well act alone. But do you know where the scoundrels are? Beast Island is so big. It won't be easy to find the enemy's lair. Jiang Yaru also knew that this guy was greedy for life and afraid of death. He was definitely not a hero. If he didn't have the confidence, he definitely wouldn't make a move. Moreover, based on the terrifying strength he had displayed before, even if he couldn't destroy the jammer, he should be able to survive in the hands of so many criminals. This shouldn't be a problem. Finding their whereabouts is a piece of cake. Xia Ping indicated that this wasn't a problem at all. The 10,000-mile tracking technique he had learned was a supreme secret technique for tracking enemies. Finding the enemy's lair was a piece of cake. In short, take these weapons with you. If any criminals come, you can shoot them down. There shouldn't be any problems in terms of safety for now. Xia Ping pointed at the weapons he had obtained from the criminals. With that, he turned around and left. Sigh. Chapter 96. In the center of Beast Island, on the top of a mountain peak. At this time, most of the members of the Cheetah Regiment gathered together, densely packed, at least 20 people, each with a gun on their body, exuding a terrible evil spirit. In this place, there were 20 or 30 students who were also captured. Their hands and feet were tied up, unable to move, and they were very embarrassed. Some of them were beaten black and blue, with blood flowing out of their faces. Among them were Han Shan and others from Jingda High School. They originally wanted to leave the range of the jammer, but they didn't expect to be caught by those gangsters when they walked half the distance. As a result, they were tied up and brought to this place, and they were even tortured on the way. Not to mention how miserable these people were. They were all from wealthy families, and they had never encountered such treatment. It's over, we're completely finished. I wanted to escape, but I didn't expect to fall into the hands of these gangsters. If I had known earlier, I would have followed Xia Ping and the others. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? A group of students regretted that their intestines were green. They originally wanted to escape from the clutches of those gangsters, but they found that it was impossible at all. The entire island is now the territory of this Cheetah Regiment. How can they escape? But by the time they understood this matter, it was already too late. Damn it! Han Shan's face was also ashen, and his heart regretted it to the extreme. He was the #1 master of Jingda High School, a powerhouse of the 8th heavenly layer, but he was beaten like a dead dog by these gangsters. How tragic. If this continues, I'm afraid he will really die in the hands of these gangsters. Those vicious people don't care about his little Han Shan's life. He was also very regretful in his heart. If he could follow Xiaoping, maybe you wouldn't encounter this kind of thing, but now it's too late to say anything. He can only pray that someone will come to save him. Didn't you find the murderer who killed Dao Ba and the others? Lin Bao stared at these students, full of murderous intent. It was because of some of these students that their cheetah regiment suffered heavy losses this time, and many people died. I didn't find it. A man said in a deep voice, but after our torture, we found a person who is very likely to be the murderer seems to be called Xiaoping. According to their confessions, so many of our brothers died because of this Xiaoping. His teeth revealed a deep murderous intent. Xiaoping. Lin Bao gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to carve this name deeply into his mind. It was this student who had caused the deaths of so many members of his cheetah group. It was hard for him not to remember him. Can't find the kid's whereabouts? He stared at his subordinate. The subordinate shook his head. I've interrogated these students a few times, but none of them know where Xiaoping is. It seems that he has already parted ways with them. However, some people said that Xiaoping did not escape, but planned to hunt us. Hearing this, Lin Bao clenched his fists and was instantly enraged. How dare you? A student who's not even worth a fart dares to boast so shamelessly. You want to hunt us? He's the hunter and we're the prey. He was infuriated to the extreme. He had never seen such an arrogant and egotistical student. Not only was he not afraid of these violent and cruel bandits, but he even planned to kill them. One had to know that even the elite police officers were trembling in fear when they found out that the cheetah squad had arrived. How dare a mere student be so arrogant? Boss, we've arranged quite a few people in the vicinity. The subordinate sneered, as long as that kid dares to appear, we'll immediately take action and end his life to avenge our brothers. His body emitted a terrifying murderous aura, and it was obvious that he was truly enraged. To actually be hunted down by a mere student, their cheetah squad could be considered to have been thoroughly looked down upon. Immediately inform me when you find the kid's whereabouts. I want to personally take his head. Lin Bao coldly snorted. He had never wanted to kill a person so much, and this Xiaoping was the first. Yes, boss. The subordinate immediately shouted. At this moment, a man walked up and said, Boss, everything is ready. The scarlet blood fruit will ripen in half an hour. We can make our move then. Half an hour? Hearing this, Lin Bao clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes revealed a fiery glow. He had waited for a few days, and finally, the day when the scarlet blood fruit ripened had arrived. If he could obtain this scarlet blood fruit, advancing to the martial warrior realm would be within his reach. At that time, no matter how big the world was, he could go anywhere. Very well, we'll head over immediately. Thinking of this, Lin Bao said in a low voice, we must ensure that there are no mistakes. We must obtain that scarlet blood fruit. If anyone dares to make a mistake, I'll take his life. Many of his subordinates shivered, not daring to be careless. They immediately replied, yes. Let's go. Lin Bao waved his hand and immediately went up to the top of the mountain. He stared at the huge tree in the valley ahead. There were 3 bright red fruits growing on it, and a strange fragrance filled the entire valley. It was the scarlet blood fruit. Instantly, not only Lin Bao, but the other members of the cheetah squad also revealed looks of greed. At this moment, on a nameless small mountain 2 to 3 kilometers away, a figure quietly appeared at the top of this small mountain. However, no one from the cheetah squad noticed this person. This person was Xiaoping. He followed the aura of these bandits and finally arrived at the center of the Beast Island. He arrived at the place where the cheetah squad and the others were gathered, and also discovered this strange valley. It can't be, this is the scarlet blood fruit. Seeing the 3 strange red fruits growing on the top of the towering tree, Xiaoping immediately knew that these fruits were the legendary scarlet blood fruit. Because there were all kinds of rare treasures between heaven and earth, in fact, they were learned in high school natural geography. It introduced all kinds of unique fruits that grew on Yanhuang's star, which were of great benefit to martial artists. However, these heaven and earth exotic fruits were only heard of and not seen. They were expensive, and most people could only look at them without any chance to obtain them. Oh, there are actually 3 scarlet blood fruits here. No wonder this group of people from the cheetah squad would appear on the Beast Island. So it turned out to be for this heaven and earth exotic fruit? Xia Ping finally understood why this group of bandits would appear on this desolate and uninhabited island for no reason. It turned out to be for this extremely precious heaven and earth exotic fruit. He knew that this scarlet blood fruit was said to be watered with the blood of countless beasts, accumulating for 100 years before it could grow. Its value was amazing, and one was worth 50 million federal coins. If it was taken to an auction, it was extremely normal for each to be sold for 100 million federal coins. 3 of these scarlet blood fruits were equivalent to 300 million federal coins. The value was amazing. Ordinary people would kill for 1 million federal coins. If it was for 300 million, then there would probably be people who would slaughter a village. Xia Ping clenched his fists, and his eyes revealed a glimmer of light. Chapter 97. Boom! As the scarlet blood fruit was about to ripen, an overwhelming number of ferocious beasts surged out from the surroundings of the valley. One after another, ferocious beasts with terrifying strength appeared in the surroundings of the valley. There were forest wolves, ferocious tigers, cheetahs, black bears, and so on. There were many of them, and every single one of them was extremely powerful. Their bodies emitted a violent aura that caused people to tremble. There were even ferocious birds flying in the sky, circling in the air from time to time. Such a number simply covered the sky, forming a large patch of dark clouds. These ferocious beasts were all staring at the 3 scarlet blood fruits on the big tree in the valley. They could not suppress the desire in their hearts. To them, these 3 scarlet blood fruits were also an opportunity for evolution. Once they ate one of the scarlet blood fruits, they would definitely become even more powerful. Beast Tide, this is a beast tide. Although Han Shan and the others were tied up on the mountain peak, they could still see the ferocious beasts that covered the entire valley. All of their hearts trembled, and they felt fear. They had once read about the beast tide that appeared hundreds of years ago in history books. Those tyrannical beasts were innumerable. They covered the sky and covered the earth, destroying human cities one after another. Although the ferocious beasts here could not compare to the glorious battles in history books, just based on the aura alone, it was probably not much different from the scenes in history books. If they were not tied up by the bandits, they would have long fled in fright. How would they still dare to stay in this place? There's still a little more time, they're about to ripen. The forest leopard stared fixedly at the big tree in the valley. It was not the slightest bit shaken by the huge number of ferocious beasts around it, as if it was not a big deal at all. Rumble! Right at this moment, the 3 scarlet blood fruits burst out with a scorching light, as if they were small suns. Strange patterns appeared on the surface, and a rich fragrance spread throughout the entire valley. When the creatures present smelled this fragrance, their spirits were greatly lifted. It was as if every single cell in their body was greedily absorbing it, as if just a trace of the fragrance would allow their cultivation to improve. Everyone was shocked. Just the fragrance alone was already so terrifying. If they were to eat the entire scarlet blood fruit, it would be amazing. No wonder it was worth 50 million federal coins. A heaven and earth exotic fruit like this was equivalent to a luxurious villa. Roar! Many ferocious beasts roared. When the light from the 3 scarlet blood fruits reached its peak and the fragrance reached its peak, even the air was filled with mist, covering the surroundings. Those ferocious beasts could no longer be controlled. Because the scarlet blood fruit had ripened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ferocious beasts madly charged forward, wantonly trampling the surrounding ferocious beasts. They fought and killed each other without a care for anything else. Like a tide, they wanted to snatch away the 3 scarlet blood fruits. Do it! Lin Bao gave the order. They had been preparing for a long time and had set up a large number of bombs around the valley a few days in advance. Once they were activated, the power would be earth-shattering. One of the henchmen smiled sinisterly, took out a red remote control on his body, and pressed it hard. Boom! All of a sudden, terrifying explosions rang out from all around the valley. The mountains shook and the earth shook as if there was a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake. Even the mountain peaks were on the verge of collapsing. A huge black mushroom cloud floated into the sky, and a terrifying explosion swept out in all directions. Those ferocious beasts that tried to rush over to snatch the scarlet blood fruits were instantly blown up. In an instant, countless broken limbs and corpses appeared around the valley. One ferocious beast after another was blown up into pieces. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. All the ferocious beasts within a kilometer radius were blown up, not a single one was left alive. The huge impact swept out, and huge craters appeared on the ground. Soil flew everywhere, and rocks collapsed. All the ferocious beasts that dared to approach the scarlet blood fruits were all killed. Shoot down those flying beasts. Lin Bao gave the second order. The 20 or so members of the cheetah regiment who had long been prepared immediately took out their laser guns and spread them out in different positions, firing wildly at the sky. All of a sudden, a terrifying web of death appeared in the sky, covering the surroundings. Those flying beasts were caught off guard, and they were completely unable to defend against such laser guns. Bang bang bang! One by one, the flying beasts cried out in pain. Their bodies were pierced by the laser beams, and blood spurted out. They were like dumplings being thrown into a pot, and they fell from the sky one by one. That's amazing! Han Shan and the others were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen the strength of this group of criminals. Their weapons were excellent, and when they went all out, even if a martial warrior wanted to rush over, he would probably be killed by such a tyrannical explosion. One could imagine that if these bandits did not want to capture them alive, they would probably have been killed by these bandits. In just a few minutes, the ferocious beasts around the valley were wiped out by such fierce firepower. Some of the ferocious beasts wanted to come over, but when they saw the death of their companions, they did not dare to go forward and retreated. All of a sudden, the ferocious beasts around the valley disappeared completely, and no one dared to go up to snatch the fruits. Ha ha ha, it's just a group of ferocious beasts. How can they resist the power of technology? A bandit laughed out loud. Just the bombs alone are enough to send all of you to heaven. If it was a head-on confrontation, they would definitely be torn to pieces by this group of ferocious beasts. However, by setting up a bomb trap, they could easily kill this group of ferocious beasts. The scarlet blood fruit belongs to me now. Lin Bao clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes revealed a trace of burning light. He looked at the center of the valley, and the 3 scarlet blood fruits were still hanging on the tree, unharmed. However, they emitted waves of scarlet light, and contained a huge amount of energy that made people drool. At this moment, there was nothing that could stop him from obtaining the scarlet blood fruits. Shoo shoo shoo! Suddenly, a stone flew over from afar, cutting through the air and tearing everything apart. With a bang, the tree branch broke, and was sliced into pieces by this stone, unable to withstand it. In an instant, the 3 scarlet blood fruits that were originally hanging on the tree immediately fell. What? Lin Bao and the others were shocked and furious. Who exactly was it that dared to make a move at this moment? However, before the 3 scarlet blood fruits fell to the ground, another stone the size of a disc flew over, and with incomparable precision, it just happened to catch the 3 scarlet blood fruits. It spun crazily in the air, like a spinning dart, and produced a strong spinning force. After rushing to a certain extent, it actually returned to its original position. In a few breaths, this disc-like stone carried the 3 scarlet blood fruits and flew to the top of a small mountain nearby. It can't be, can it? Chapter 98. Damn it! Lin Bao was unable to restrain his anger. Who was it? Who did it? Who stole my scarlet blood fruits? Are you fucking courting death? Let me ask you, are you courting death? Lin Bao's anger had reached its peak. It was as if there were hundreds of volcanoes erupting in his heart. His face was flushed red, and even his head was emitting smoke. One could imagine how angry he was. In order to obtain these 3 scarlet blood fruits, he exhausted all his wealth and spent a huge sum of money to purchase a large number of weapons. He gathered countless brothers and came to the Beast Island. He did not know how much he had to pay. Now that he had spent all his money, the bombs were all gone, and more than half of his companions were dead, but someone actually dared to steal the scarlet blood fruits in front of him. If this wasn't making him fight with his life on the line, what else could it be? Bang! At this moment, a figure appeared on top of the small mountain. With a grab of his hand, he immediately grabbed the circular rock. Nailhead 7 Arrows Technique Second Form, Death Spiral. With a bang, the circular rock shattered, and the 3 scarlet blood fruits fell into his hands. It's Xia Ping. Han Shan and the others had sharp eyes like eagles. They immediately saw the figure on top of the small mountain. It was actually Xia Ping. Even if this guy turned into ashes, they would still recognize him. It can't be, the scarlet blood fruits were actually obtained by Xia Ping. This is too big of a joke. The eyes of the captured students turned green. They were extremely jealous, and their mentality was completely out of balance. They were so pitiful, captured by this group of bandits, tortured, and could not even protect themselves. But this brat, not only was nothing happened to him, he even snatched away the scarlet blood fruit in front of these bandits, obtaining great benefits. This kind of contrast was something they could not accept. The 3 scarlet blood fruits are finally in my hands. Xia Ping smiled faintly. He aimed for the right moment and made his move, using the second form of the Nailhead 7 Arrows Technique's Death Spiral. This move used a unique technique to make the hidden weapon spin in the air, tearing the surrounding enemies apart. It was a group attack, but it could also bring the scarlet blood fruits back to where they came from. Sure enough, this move of his really succeeded. Even from 2 kilometers away, Xia Ping could easily control his hidden weapons and obtain the scarlet blood fruit. There was no need for him to go to the center of the valley, and no one could have imagined this move. The members of the cheetah group were also dumbfounded. After all, they couldn't imagine that there was such a terrifying hidden weapon cultivation method in this world. It was simply beyond their imagination. He is Xia Ping. Hearing the words of Han Shan and the others, Lin Bao was both shocked and furious. Old hatred and new hatred surged up in his heart. It was this damned bastard who had killed so many of his subordinates, causing him to lose more than half of his elite forces. Now, he actually wanted to snatch his scarlet blood fruit. This was as if he had snatched away all of his wealth, and he still wanted to seduce his beautiful wife. No one could stand this kind of thing. Kill him. Kill him immediately. Lin Bao was unable to restrain his anger and roared with all his might. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, more than a dozen ace shooters aimed at Xia Ping and fired wildly at the mountain peak. Beams of lasers traversed several kilometers, forming a light screen of death that tore everything apart. There were even a few people holding rocket launchers and firing at the mountain peak, attacking indiscriminately. This kind of artillery shell was extremely terrifying. If one fell, everything within a radius of several hundred meters would be blown to ashes. Bang bang bang. In just a breath's time, the mountain peak was attacked by extremely terrifying artillery fire. The mountain peak was razed to the ground, and even the small mountain peak felt like it was going to collapse. One could imagine how fierce the artillery fire was. Even a martial artist would not be able to survive under such artillery fire. However, Xia Ping had already expected that the other party would fly into a rage. Without waiting for Lin Bao to give the order, he jumped down from the mountain peak and fled into the distance. He did not waste any time at all. Therefore, this coverage attack could not do anything to him at all. It only blasted an empty space. Chase after him immediately. I must kill this bastard and tear him into pieces. Lin Bao was extremely furious. He gave the order for his subordinates to attack with all their strength. No matter what, he could not let the cooked duck escape. The 3 scarlet blood fruits must not fall into the hands of that bastard, or he would really go bankrupt. Want to catch up to me? Xia Ping glanced sideways at the bandits who were chasing after him crazily. His heart was not moved at all. Crane fist, flying crane soaring. In an instant, his whole body turned into a flying crane. He controlled the airflow and was extremely fast. In an instant, he disappeared into the forest. The bandits were immediately shocked, and their faces were extremely ugly. Because they knew that it was too difficult to catch up to Xia Ping now. There was a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers between them, and Xia Ping was so fast that he was like a flying crane. Unless these people had wings, they would not be able to catch up at all. In just a few minutes, Xia Ping's figure disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Like a drop of sand in the desert, they could not find him no matter how hard they tried. Damn, this Xia Ping really slipped away. He did not even care about us. Not to mention caring about him, even looking at him seems to be a waste of energy. This is too hateful. In any case, we are all from Tianshui City. Although we all have hatred, we can't do this. Shameless, this bastard is simply eating human blood. If I die, I will not let him go even if I become a ghost. The faces of Han Shan and the others turned green. Seeing Xia Ping leave unscathed, they were extremely angry. Although they also knew that Xia Ping had no obligation to save them, seeing this bastard obtain such a huge benefit and leave unscathed, they were still unconvinced and very unwilling. Why could this kid have such a good life with girls by his side? After obtaining the treasure, they were captured and tortured by the bandits. This was too unfair. Damn it, this is too despicable. Seeing Xia Ping's figure disappear, Lin Bao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Both his eyes were bloodshot. He could not accept this reality. The scarlet blood fruit slipped away before his eyes. Xia Ping, don't think that you can escape like this. Lin Bao looked up to the sky and roared, I will definitely find you. As long as you are on the Beast Island, you will definitely not be able to escape. At that time, I will definitely tear your body into pieces and make you wish you were dead. His long roar contained a terrifying hatred. Many of the cheetah group's eyes were also bloodshot. They would definitely not forgive this bastard. At this time, Xia Ping immediately left more than 10 kilometers and ran desperately. The system's voice also came in time, congratulations to the host, someone has developed an endless hatred towards the host, hatred value plus 1000, hatred value plus 1000. Chapter 99. System, how many aggro points do I have now? Xia Ping asked. Although he had spent a lot of aggro points before, he had gained a lot after coming to Beast Island. Overall, it should have increased a lot. Host, you now have a total of 12,350 aggro points. The system replied. Xia Ping rubbed his chin. He didn't expect his aggro points to exceed 10,000, but most of the aggro points should be contributed by those bandits. This kind of endless aggro is generally very difficult to generate. This time, I didn't expect to get so much aggro points. Xia Ping smiled slightly, but although these aggro points were a lot, if he really spent them, they would disappear in the blink of an eye. Forget it, let's go back to the cave first. With these red blood fruits, it will be easy for me to break through to the 8th heavenly layer. When the time comes, I'll settle the score with those bandits. With a swoosh, Xia Ping quickly moved forward, setting up some traps along the way to prevent those bandits from tracking him. After a few laps, he returned to the cave. And at this time, the sky was already dark. Xia Ping. Hearing the voice outside the cave, Jiang Yaru and the others immediately became vigilant, but they soon found that the person who came back was Xia Ping, and were immediately surprised. Xia Ping, are you okay? Did you suffer any injuries? How are those bandits? Did they hurt you? You haven't come back for so long, we thought something big happened to you. Fortunately, you came back in time. A group of women chattered, looking at Xiaoping very worriedly. I'm fine, I just went to investigate, I didn't fight with those bandits. Xiaoping waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, but the harvest this time is very big. I found that there are about 23 bandits, at least above the 8th heavenly layer. And they have a lot of excellent weapons, rocket launchers, mortars, grenades, laser guns, and so on. Their firepower is fierce, and ordinary martial artists can only be annihilated if they approach. All the women were shocked. They also knew that these bandits were not simple, but hearing Xiaoping say this, they really realized how powerful these bandits were. With so many weapons, even if a martial artist came, they would dare to fight. What about the jammer? Did you find where they put their jammers? Jiang Yaru asked. Xiaoping thought for a moment and said, it's on their boss. It seems that these bandits are very cautious and know the importance of the jammer, so the boss carries it with him all the time. No one can touch it. And the bandit boss's cultivation base is also extremely powerful. He is a martial artist at the peak of the 9th heaven. He has been through hundreds of battles and has the instinct of a beast. He is not so easy to deal with. Although it was just a glimpse, he noticed that the aura of the leader of the cheetah squad was not simple. At the same time, he also noticed that there was a jammer hanging on his waist. The eyes of all the women flickered. If the interference device was with the boss, it would be even more difficult to succeed. After all, if they wanted to kill the boss, they would have to fight all the bandits. Where are the students? Did you notice that some students were captured there? Chu Rong was concerned about this. Xiaoping nodded. There were indeed some students who were captured by the bandits and treated as captives. They seemed to have been tortured. But the situation was too dangerous, so I didn't care and could only come back first. Chu Rong and the others were silent. Their hearts sank. Sure enough, there were many students who were captured. They didn't know how long they could hold out and whether they could wait for the teachers to return to Beast Island. But it was not very realistic for them to rescue them. Those bandits were too powerful. If they went up, they would not be saving people, but throwing away their lives. This kind of thing was not worth the loss. However, Xiaoping ignored the thoughts of these people and said directly, because of today's battle, I have benefited a lot. I have occasionally had some enlightenment. I think I may be able to break through today. So, I'm going to go into seclusion for the night. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the depths of the cave. This cave was very deep, and there were small caves inside that could be used as a quiet room for temporary seclusion without being disturbed. What? He's about to break through. Hearing this, Jiang Yaru was stunned. She knew that this bastard Xiaoping had just advanced to the 7th heaven, but now he wanted to break through again. Did he want to break through to the 8th heaven? God knows how much effort she had spent to advance to the 7th heaven, but this kid was good. Breaking through was as simple as eating and drinking. Occasionally having an epiphany, he's about to break through. The corner of Chu Rong's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Although she was not as familiar with Xiaoping as Jiang Yaru, she was also stunned by Xiaoping's breakthrough. When he fought with her before, he had just broken through to the 7th heaven, but not long after, he was about to break through to the 8th heaven, and was about to surpass her. Even if she exhausted her imagination, she couldn't imagine such a thing. Amazing, as expected of Xiaoping. He can break through with just a little insight. If this is not a genius, what is a genius? A character like Han Shan is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. The gap is too big. You can't say that. Han Shan is also a genius, but Xiaoping is a monster. He's completely different. Just the 7th heaven is so powerful, sweeping away a group of bandits. If he is promoted to the 8th heaven, how can those bandits be his opponent? A group of girls discussed excitedly. They didn't think as much as Jiang Yaru and Chu Rong. In this situation, the stronger Xiaoping was, the better. The bandits would not dare to be arrogant anymore. At this time, Xiaoping entered the depths of the cave and found a secret space. Then he sat down cross-legged and took out 3 scarlet blood fruits from his clothes. These 3 heaven and earth strange fruits, even in the dark space, still emitted a scarlet light, shining brightly, emitting a strange fragrance, making people feel refreshed. With a snap, Xia Ping immediately ate these 3 scarlet blood fruits. When the scarlet blood fruits entered his mouth, they immediately turned into a ball of liquid, melted in his mouth, poured into his throat, and entered his limbs in hundreds of meridians. Boom! Suddenly, the majestic energy contained in the 3 scarlet blood fruits exploded in his body, like a warm current, surging around his meridians. The true qi in his body increased crazily, and every cell in his body greedily absorbed this energy. At the same time, his body turned red, emitting bursts of water vapor, as if his body was in magma, and even the surrounding air was emitting a scorching temperature. It's time to break through. Xia Ping's eyes revealed a glimmer of light, and he operated the pure yang immortal art, quickly refining this majestic energy, breaking through the 8th meridian. With a bang, true qi surged like the sea, breaking through the 8th meridian in an instant. Chapter 100. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Xia Ping opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of air. It immediately condensed into a solid form, like a white chain. With a bang, this breath of white air was like a sharp arrow, instantly piercing a large hole in the mountain wall. It was just a breath, and it showed tyrannical power. Amazing, worthy of being a red blood fruit, the effect is too amazing. After meditating for a night, constantly digesting and absorbing the energy of the 3 red blood fruits, Xia Ping felt that the benefits of his life were too great. Even if he had broken through to the 8th heavenly layer, the medicinal power of the 3 red blood fruits still did not disappear. Instead, it settled everywhere in his body, waiting for him to open it again. If he could digest these energies, even if he broke through to the peak of the 9th heavenly layer, it would not be a problem. Pa pa pa. At this time, Xia Ping stood up, the bones of his whole body crackled, and the golden drums rang together, as if containing the thunder of tigers and leopards, showing a tyrannical and unparalleled power. After being promoted to the 8th heavenly layer, not only has the true qi in his body greatly increased, but even his physique has been frantically tempered by the true qi, and his strength has also increased a lot. He estimated that the power of his punch was at least 20,000 jin of strength, far above the ordinary 9th heavenly layer powerhouse, and one punch was enough to beat a monster into meat sauce. Ha! Not only strength, but also spiritual force has increased a lot. Xia Ping closed his eyes, and he felt that his Baihui acupoint seemed to have been tempered because of the breakthrough of his cultivation base. His spiritual force spread out, and the spread of 1 meter by 1 meter had far exceeded the previous distance, and even reached a distance of 100 meters. In this range, he knew clearly any movement in the wind and grass. It was estimated that even the powerhouse who had just been promoted to the martial artist realm was inferior to him in terms of spiritual force alone. Let's try my current strength. Xia Ping's heart moved, and he left the quiet room and walked towards the outside of the cave. At this time, he came to the cave, but found that many women were lying on the ground sleeping. Moreover, their sleeping posture was very indecent, and they were all lying around. Perhaps it was because there were women around, but the women didn't care very much. Their clothes were torn open, revealing most of their white and tender skin. Especially those legs, that chest, it looked extremely seductive. What a spring! Light! Bright! Charming! Picture! I didn't expect there to be such benefits. It's good to train outside. Xia Ping rubbed his chin, admiring the scenery. He was in a good mood. He felt that his spiritual power seemed to have increased a little at this moment. At this moment, the girls seemed to have heard the footsteps as well. One by one, they woke up and looked at Xia Ping with sleepy eyes. Xia Ping, have you finished your seclusion? Jiang Yaru yawned and stretched, revealing her beautiful figure. This kind of figure was enough to make countless men go crazy. She was a little drowsy from sleep. It's over. Xia Ping said with a smile, looking her up and down, your clothes are very good, your taste is not bad. But I think lace underwear is better. It's transparent and more charming. Of course, I also like your patterned underwear. It looks very cute. He also secretly sighed in admiration. As expected of a beauty that reigned above countless women in 95th High School, causing countless little boys to go crazy. With such beauty and such a figure, it was definitely not for show. Humph, don't think that praising me will give you any benefits. Hearing the first half of Xia Ping's sentence, Jiang Yaru was in a good mood. She snorted a few times, thinking that this guy was trying to flatter her. But when she heard the second half, her expression changed. That's not right. How did this bastard know that her underwear had patterns? Subconsciously, she looked down at her lower body. Immediately, she discovered her current situation. She didn't know when her pants had been taken off by the girls next to her. Most of her long legs were exposed. Ah! Jiang Yaru let out an earth-shattering scream. Her face instantly turned as red as a tomato. Her hands frantically covered her lower body, as if trying to stop her. But no matter how she tried to stop it, there was a risk that this bastard Xia Ping would take advantage of her. What's wrong? Is there an enemy attack? Hearing this scream, Chu Rong was also woken up. She subconsciously jumped up and looked around cautiously. But no matter how she looked, she couldn't find any enemies. But she quickly discovered that Xia Ping, who was standing in front of her, was stunned. She also remembered that Xia Ping had been in seclusion last night. He should have come out today. Chu Rong, what are you doing? Hurry up and put on your clothes. Don't let this bastard take advantage of you. Jiang Yaru's face was completely red. She immediately grabbed Chu Rong because this silly girl had also taken off most of her clothes. Ah! Chu Rong's face turned red and she also screamed. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She didn't know what to do. Ever since the martial arts competition, she had once again encountered such a shameful thing. And it was in front of this shameless man. She frantically picked up her clothes from the ground. What's with all the noise? Don't you know it's still early in the morning? I still want to get my beauty sleep. That's right. Don't you know that fatigue is the natural enemy of beauty? Go learn some beauty knowledge. Hurry up and get up. There's a man here. We've lost big time. Everything's been seen. Hee hee, so it's Xia Ping. If it's this man, it's fine to take a look. That's right, that's right. If it's Xia Ping, there's no problem at all. I'm even willing to roll in the sheets. Shameless woman, be a bit more reserved. Don't do it so early in the morning. The group of women were in a frenzy. Their faces were completely red as they hurriedly put on their clothes. There were also some women who were throwing flirtatious glances at Xia Ping. They didn't seem to care about this kind of thing at all. But these women were also being suppressed by the other women. They threw their clothes over to cover their bodies. Get out, shameless man. Get out of here immediately. Jiang Yaru and Chu Rong were half dead with anger. Their faces were completely red. They picked up their clothes and threw them at Xia Ping, telling this bastard to get out of the cave. If they allowed this shameless man to continue staying here, who knew what would happen? Perhaps he would become beastly and attack women like them who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Don't be fooled by this bastard's usual serious appearance. When he wasn't serious, he probably wasn't human. What's the point? We're already old couples. This is something that will happen sooner or later. Xia Ping didn't think it was a big problem to take a look. In any case, he wouldn't lose a piece of flesh. Sooner my ass. Get out of here immediately. Jiang Yaru flew into a rage. She picked up a millstone-sized rock and threw it at him. Whoosh! Xia Ping's figure flashed, easily dodging the rock. With a bang, the rock smashed into the ground and shattered into pieces. It caused the ground to shake and dust to billow everywhere. Chapter 101. Leaving the cave, Xia Ping casually found an open space nearby. Let's see to what extent my physical strength has reached. Xia Ping stood on the open space and squeezed his fists casually. His muscles vibrated, and it seemed that the air was crackling, as if even the air was squeezed by his fists. With a bang, he punched toward the distance, and it actually produced an explosion. The strength of his whole body was vibrating, producing an explosive airflow, like the roar of thunder. My strength has indeed reached the level of more than 20,000 kilograms. Xia Ping's eyes showed a glimmer of light. He felt that all his muscles were like steel, and every inch of them was full of explosive power. Even if his internal organs were extremely powerful, a little exhalation would be a strong wind, and a light punch could penetrate a wall, and nothing could stop it. Let's try practicing 5 forms fist. Xia Ping's figure flashed, and his whole person moved as he pleased. His spiritual force had greatly increased, and it seemed that his control over his own strength had also become a lot stronger. This feeling was as if spiritual force penetrated into every cell, allowing him to manipulate it at will. Bang bang bang. In an instant, he began to practice 5 forms fist: tiger fist, leopard fist, dragon fist, crane fist, snake fist, and so on. The wonderful footwork was displayed, and at the same time, countless fists were blasted out in the void. In the air, there seemed to be phantoms of tigers, cheetahs, dragons, white cranes, poisonous snakes, and so on, roaring in the void, exuding a fierce momentum, and there was a burst of explosions in the air. Now the power of a casual punch is more than double that of before, extremely tyrannical. Even if 5 forms fist is only a basic fist technique, but it has reached the realm of perfection, coupled with Xia Ping's strength of the 8th heavenly layer, it is enough to tear monsters and shake the earth. Who? When Xia Ping finished practicing 5 forms fist, the open space was already a mess, broken limbs and bones were everywhere, there were holes in the ground, and the surrounding rocks were shattered into pieces. It was as if they had been subjected to fierce gunfire. Ravaged, it was extremely terrifying. Sure enough, the 9 heavenly layers of martial artists are stronger than the previous one, and the later it is, the greater the gap, and of course, it is more difficult to break through. Xia Ping sighed. Although the difference between the 7th heavenly layer and the 8th heavenly layer was only 1 realm, the strength difference was a lot, even greater than the gap between the 6th heavenly layer and the 7th heavenly layer. Even if you reach the martial disciple 9 heavens and connect 9 meridians, 9 return to 1, through 100 meridians, and integrate them into 1, your strength will change even more terrifying, and the amount of true qi will increase geometrically. However, it is even more difficult to break through. Some people spend more than 10 years and may not be able to promote from the 8th heavenly layer to the 9th heavenly layer, and they are stuck in this realm. However, I have consumed 3 scarlet blood fruits, and my body has obtained a huge amount of energy. It has saved me a lot of effort in accumulating true qi, and I don't need to slowly absorb the spiritual qi of the world. Xia Ping squeezed his fist. As long as I can completely refine the energy of the scarlet blood fruit in my body, then I will be promoted to the martial disciple 9th heavenly layer. This was the benefit of a mysterious treasure of heaven and earth. Obtaining one was enough to save an ordinary martial arts expert more than 10 years of effort. This was also why so many martial artists desired to obtain one. Xia Ping, where are you? All of a sudden, Jiang Yaru's voice rang out from the cave. He sounded very anxious. Xia Ping's figure flashed, and he immediately returned from the flat ground. With a few leaps, he arrived in front of the cave, and immediately saw Jiang Yaru and the others appear in the cave. What's wrong? What's the matter? Xia Ping looked at Jiang Yaru and the others. They were now dressed neatly, but their faces revealed a dignified expression, as if something big had happened. Jiang Yaru said in a low voice, "Just now, Shao Qin and the others went out to hunt beasts, wanting to prepare for today's breakfast. But along the way, they found this thing around the forest." She took out a piece of tree bark from her body, and there seemed to be some words written on it. Xia Ping stared at it, and it said, "Contact me at noon. Xia Ping, come to the central mountain range of Beast Island, or your classmates and alumni will be slaughtered one by one. For every minute you are late, one will be killed." These words revealed a dense murderous intent, causing one's heart to palpitate. This tree bark is everywhere in the forest, almost all around Beast Island. Chu Rong guessed, maybe those bandits couldn't find your whereabouts, so they used this dirty method to force you out. All the girls were furious. These bandits were too despicable. They couldn't find their whereabouts, so they actually used such a dirty method. Did they think that they would commit the crime just like that? It was completely conceivable that once they appeared in the central mountain range of Beast Island, they would definitely be surrounded and attacked by those bandits. At that time, they would be hunted down by those bandits and die without a burial. Xia Ping, ignore those bandits' request. Roland said in a low voice, in any case, the teachers will be back in 2 days with the spaceship. At that time, when the martial warriors arrive, these bandits will definitely die without a burial. Not a single one will be able to escape. Right now, they are even more anxious than us. However, there were also some girls who fell silent. If they didn't appear, the other students would definitely die. However, they weren't so noble as to throw away their lives for the sake of other students. Xia Ping, on the other hand, had a strange expression on his face. These bandits were really stupid. They thought that using this kind of method would be able to force him out. If those bandits had caught someone he was familiar with, perhaps he would really be forced to go over. However, those people that were caught by those bandits all hated him to the bone. How could he go over and save them? Anyway, there was no benefit in saving them. He might as well let those bandits slaughter these students. However, his hands were a little itchy right now. He wanted to test his skills, and perhaps these bandits were the best targets. You guys hide for now. I'll play with those bandits. Xia Ping said to Jiang Yaru and the others. Jiang Yaru was shocked. Do you really want to go over alone? This is a trap. Don't be stupid. Once you go over, you'll definitely be surrounded and attacked by those bandits. Yeah, you can't go over. People must know their limits, Chu Rong said in a low voice. If you know that you're throwing away your life, you're not a hero, you're just an idiot. No, no, no. Xia Ping waved his hand. I don't plan on falling into those bandits' trap. I'm just too lazy to wait for 2 days. I want to eliminate those bandits now. If those bandits continue to live, they'll be an eyesore. An eyesore? Jiang Yaru and the others looked at Xia Ping speechlessly. Then what do you want to do? Chu Rong asked curiously. Chapter 102. At the center of the Beast Island, on a mountaintop. Hundreds of students were captured and tied up on the ground. All of them had bruises on their faces and looked miserable. They were all captured by the Cheetah Regiment. Yesterday, because Xia Ping had stolen the scarlet blood fruit, the Cheetah group had been enraged. They swore to find Xia Ping and tear him to pieces. However, they hadn't expected that Xia Ping would meet another student instead. In the end, those students were unlucky. They were all captured alive and couldn't escape. Those who wanted to resist were beaten up by these bandits. However, the Cheetah Regiment was not satisfied because they couldn't find the culprit, Xia Ping. Damn it! The leader of the Cheetah Regiment, Lin Bao, gritted his teeth. Where is that bastard hiding? Why can't we find him? He was so angry that he didn't sleep for the whole night just to find Xia Ping. However, the Beast Island was too big. It was 100,000 square kilometers and there were forests everywhere. If a person wanted to hide, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. That bastard is a coward. He dared to steal our things, but he doesn't dare to come out. If he has the guts, come out and fight with us for 300 rounds. Once we find that bastard, we will immediately tear him into pieces. No, let's torture him for half an hour first. Otherwise, I won't be able to vent my anger. The group of bandits raged. In order to find that bastard, they had crossed mountains and ravines for God knows how long. Now, all of them had panda eyes and were extremely sleepy. However, this didn't matter. Their hatred for Xia Ping was greater than anything else. They wouldn't rest until he was dead. Don't worry, we have placed a lot of information around the forest. As long as he sees it, he will know that we have captured many of his classmates and even alumni. Lin Bao clenched his fist. As long as that kid has a little conscience, he will definitely surrender and obediently come to the mountaintop to be killed by us. This was a vicious plan to use those students as hostages. To be honest, although this plan was old, it had always been successful. Sometimes, these bandits would use hostages to threaten the police and obtain a chance to escape. He believed that the kid was also a student and would definitely be soft-hearted and unwilling to see his classmates die. But it's almost noon now, and that brat has no intention of appearing at all. What should we do when the time comes? Some of the bandits were worried that the kid hadn't seen the message left in the jungle. If that was the case, then everything they had done would have been in vain. They would have been flirting with the blind. Lin Bao coldly snorted. We're in the underworld, so we have to keep our word. If we say we'll kill them after the time is up, then we'll kill them. Anyway, if that brat doesn't show up by noon, we'll slaughter these idiots. His body exuded a deep murderous aura that made people tremble in fear. When the group of students heard this, their faces turned pale and they began to tremble uncontrollably. No, 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 boss, that bastard has no conscience. He's a bad guy. There's no one worse than him in the world. That bastard won't come to save us. You're killing innocent people. When Han Shan of Jingde Middle School heard Lin Bao's words, he was so scared that his eyes turned green, and he cried out in grievance. That's right, wanting to use us to threaten that shameless Xiaoping is simply dreaming. Everyone here has enmity with him. We hate him to the bone. Why would he come to save us? That kid can't wait for us to die. When he hears that we've been caught, maybe he'll kick us while we're down. He might even open champagne to celebrate. Boss, you have to think twice. It's useless to catch us to threaten Xiaoping. It's really useless. The group of students shouted loudly, feeling extremely aggrieved. They had simply suffered an undeserved calamity. Because of that bastard Xiaoping, they were actually captured by this group of angry bandits. Especially the students of Wuwei Martial Arts Hall, all of them were scared to death. They knew that this bastard was a god of plagues, but they didn't expect to be affected by this shameless bastard after hiding for such a long distance. Who was more unlucky than them? Shut up. Lin Bao stared at these students. You're still lying here. You're all schoolmates. How can your relationship with him be bad? Do you want to bully me because I haven't studied for many years? A group of bandits looked at these students with a sneer, thinking that these people were lying. Did they think that they could survive by saying that they were Xiaoping's enemy? They weren't so easily fooled by the other party. Han Shan was extremely aggrieved. No one believed him when he said that he had a bad relationship with Xiaoping. He quickly said, "Boss, you have to believe us. All of us have a grudge against Xiaoping. This is true. You don't know that bastard is simply a disgusting guy. Everyone wants to kill him. We all want to beat him up. I hope he is unlucky." A group of students nodded in unison. They all agreed with this point very much. This was a rare unanimous opinion. What about you? I heard that you are a student of 95th Middle School. You are all schoolmates of the same school. You must have a good relationship with him. Lin Bao stared at a group of students of 95th Middle School with a fierce look in his eyes. They were Xiong Batian, Tao Yun, Gao Sheng, Hong Yu, and others. These people were also very unlucky. They wanted to go out to hunt a few beasts, but they were inadvertently caught by the angry cheetah group on the spot and beaten violently. Now they were bruised and swollen. No, I hate that brat to the bone. Xiong Batian said with grief and indignation, that brat once beat me up in the arena and sent me to the hospital for a week. That bastard also gave me a nickname, Blockhead. From then on, no one called me Xiong Batian. They all called me Blockhead. I used to be the little overlord of the school. No one dared to provoke me. Since I was beaten up by him, no one is afraid of me. After all, who would be afraid of a blockhead? He looked up to the sky and roared. Me too. I was also beaten up. I went to the hospital for a week and spent more than 100,000 in medical expenses. Gao Xing also looked aggrieved and quickly distanced himself from Xiaoping. I'm the worst. Tao Yun cried. At that time, I was humiliated by him in the arena. I was beaten black and blue. Finally, I left the arena crying. Later, I was named the crybaby by my classmates. Now I'm laughed at when I go out. They say I'm a woman. I hate him to the bone. His cry was mournful and showed his true feelings. According to the vicious eyes of the cruel criminals such as the Cheetah Group, they could see at once that these people were not acting. This Xiaoping, everyone has the right to punish him. I didn't expect that even people from the same school would be killed by him. Think about it, they are all from the same school. Naturally, there is a good chance of meeting him. That bastard is probably unhappy with bullying his classmates, and he has begun to bring disaster to the fish pond and harm people from other schools. Damn, that's why we are so miserable and beaten by him several times. Is no one to punish such a bully? Chapter 103. I didn't expect that there would be people in this world who are even more savage than us, the Cheetah Group. Hearing the words of these students, a bandit looked up to the sky and sighed. It seems that this Xiaoping is simply the public enemy. Sooner or later, he will become a wanted criminal. Who knows, he might even be more famous than us in the future and even more ferocious. He didn't know why, but when he heard these students' words, he felt a little sympathetic. The other bandits also couldn't help but nod their heads. This Xiaoping seemed to have a criminal record, no wonder he was so despicable. He even stole their scarlet blood fruit and killed their people. The leader of the Cheetah Regiment, Lin Bao, was a little dumbfounded. Why was this fellow so hateful? If this was really the case, then what was the use of him capturing these students to threaten the other party? Right at that moment, one of the bandits was shocked. That was because his communicator had rung. He immediately said, "Boss, my communicator is ringing. Someone wants to contact us." What? A cold glint flashed in Lin Bao's eyes. Answer it immediately. It's probably that brat. The bandit nodded and immediately answered the call. As expected, Xia Ping's voice came through the communicator. Hello, is this the Cheetah Squad? I'm Xia Ping. To tell you the truth, don't bully my classmates and friends. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. Do you understand? Many of the bandits immediately perked up. Not only were they not angry, but they were all overjoyed. Since the other party cared about their schoolmates, then there was something to talk about. However, there were also some bandits who looked at these students ferociously because these guys had just said that they had a grudge with Xiaoping and that it was impossible for them to save them. However, what was going on now? Who was lying? Seeing his ferocious gaze, Han Shan and the others all paled. They hated Xiaoping to death. Don't worry, as long as you obediently come to the central mountain range of Beast Island and hand over the 3 scarlet blood fruits, your classmates and schoolmates will naturally be fine. Otherwise, their fates will be very miserable. Lin Bao's tone was filled with coldness. Will I die? Xia Ping's voice seemed to be filled with fear, and his expression was stern. I'm warning you, it doesn't matter if you hurt other people, but you can't hurt Han Shan of Jingde High School. That person has been my good friend for many years, a friend of mine through life and death. Back then, I fell in love with his girlfriend, but for the sake of our friendship, he resolutely broke up with her and helped us. That was our friendship. You can touch anyone but Han Shan, understand? He warned the members of the Cheetah Regiment, specifically pointing out that the person was from Jingde High School and not the other high schools. Life and death friends? Giving his girlfriend? Hearing this, the group of bandits were shocked. Just a moment ago, this brat had said that he hated Xiaoping to the bone, and simply wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. What exactly was going on? Damn, your acting skills are really good. You even deceived us old hands. Young people nowadays are amazing. The new waves of the Yangtze River drive the old waves, and the old waves die on the beach. One of the bandits sighed, glaring at Han Shan viciously. His heart was filled with rage from being deceived. Han Shan was so angry that he almost died. If Xia Ping was standing in front of him, he would definitely fight that bastard to the death. How was this trying to save him? He was clearly trying to kill him. No, it's not like that. I'm not familiar with that bastard at all. We only met for the first time a few days ago. It's true. You have to believe me, believe me. Han Shan shouted himself hoarse with extreme grief and indignation. With a bang, a bandit stepped forward and smashed a fist over. Even Han Shan's front teeth were broken, and blood splattered. He said angrily, "We're life and death friends. You're even willing to give your girlfriend to your brother. What kind of friendship is that? You fucking said that we only met a few days ago. You're really good at lying. I was almost fooled by you before. Aw! Xia Ping, I'm going to kill you." Han Shan roared at the sky. He was extremely resentful. If it wasn't for this bastard's big mouth, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Kill my ass. Still pretending. With a bang, another bandit punched Han Shan again, sending him flying. Both of his eyes were swollen, turning into panda eyes. Xia Ping's voice sounded again, "There's also my childhood sweetheart Xiong Batian. He's a good friend of mine for many years. We wear the same pants. When I was a child, he often gave me his toys to play with. We're friends of 8 generations. You can't touch him either. Oh right, there's also Tao Yun. His sister is now my 3rd girlfriend. He's my brother-in-law. You can't touch him either. Otherwise, his beautiful sister will fight me to the death. Goldman Sachs and Hong Yu are my good friends for 3 years. We studied hard and went out to prostitutes together. Our relationship is very close." He pointed out a few names in a row, saying that these people had a great relationship with him and that they couldn't touch them. Otherwise, the 3 scarlet blood fruits wouldn't have come. However, the more Xia Ping said, the more annoyed those bandits were. Their lungs almost exploded from anger. Their eyes were ferocious to the extreme as they stared at those students. The surroundings were filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Young people are amazing. Their acting skills are top-notch. Lin Bao, the boss of the Cheetah Group, said faintly, "Do you really think that we old course men don't study enough and drop out of high school, like fools, and it's easy to be deceived by you with a few words? However, you're really amazing. All of you are qualified to go to first-class universities. You're so good at deceiving people before you graduate from high school. It's amazing. I personally admire your acting skills." The calmer his tone was, the more people around him could feel the anger in his heart. As a wanted criminal, a very famous wanted criminal, and also the boss of so many bandits, he was well informed and the crimes he had committed were hard to right. Such a bandit boss had actually been tricked by a few brat high school students, and had even been tricked into running around in circles as if they were fools. What kind of humiliation was this? Take them out and beat them for half an hour. Lin Bao said lightly. No, it's not like that. We really are enemies with that Xia Ping. That bastard is lying. He's lying. He's a bad person who's full of pus. He's guilty of all kinds of evil. Boss, you have to believe us. Don't believe the words of that bastard Xia Ping, not even the punctuation marks. Shameless Xia Ping, if we really die, we won't let you go even if we become ghosts. A group of students wailed in pain and hated Xia Ping to the bone. However, no matter how they wailed and struggled, no bandit would believe anything they said. They thought it was all acting, so they dragged them out one by one and beat them up. After the beating was over, these students were unrecognizable. Even their parents wouldn't be able to recognize them. Can't his words be trusted? Lin Bao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Do I need you students to teach me this kind of thing? I've already done it. Boss. At this time, a bandit came up and said in a deep voice, I found it. The signal from the communication device is in a valley 3 kilometers away. That kid is hiding there. Let's go and kill him together. Chapter 104. In a valley. The elites of the cheetah regiment were all out. They were scattered in every corner and surrounded the valley. They surrounded it from all directions silently, not letting anyone discover them. Is it here? Lin Bao stared at the valley. A bandit nodded. Yes, it's here. The signal came from here. That kid hasn't left yet. He doesn't know that his communication device's signal has been leaked. He probably thinks he can bargain with us. He revealed a cold smile. As expected of a student without any experience in society. Trying to negotiate with bandits like them was like dancing with poisonous snakes. In fact, they had no intention of negotiating with this kid. They just wanted to find his location and shoot him dead. Just based on the fact that he had killed so many members of the cheetah regiment, there was no way he could survive. Charge over and kill that kid. Under Lin Bao's command, the elites charged into the valley, captured the brat, and dismembered his corpse. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The elites of the cheetah regiment held guns in their hands as they quickly advanced. They moved in all directions at an extremely fast speed, each of them like a cheetah. However, when they entered the valley, they were all stunned. There's no one. One of the bandits was dumbfounded. He realized that there was no one in the valley. That kid, Xia Ping, seemed to have disappeared from this place. One of the bandits was puzzled. What's going on? Didn't you say that the signal came from this valley? Look, there's something on the ground. A sharp-eyed bandit immediately noticed that there seemed to be something on the ground. A group of people immediately surrounded it. Suddenly, 2 communication devices appeared on the yellow soil. They were tied together by branches. One was obviously responsible for contacting the cheetah regiment, while the other was equivalent to a relay device. It was responsible for transmitting sound. In other words, the other party had at least 3 communication devices. That bastard was using the 3rd device to transmit sound. This made them mistakenly think that the kid was in the valley. Damn it, we've been played. One of the bandits had an extremely ugly expression. He felt a sense of humiliation. They had mobilized so many people to come here, but there was no one there. Lin Bao could not help but clench his fists tightly as his eyes burned with anger. He had thought that he would be able to find that brat's whereabouts, but he did not expect that he would only be able to find a communication device. Boss, look, there seems to be something left over there. One of the thugs also noticed that there seemed to be a piece of tree bark next to the communicator. There were some words written on it. Lin Bao reached out and took it. On it was written, "The cheetah troop is buried here." Damn it! We've been tricked. Run! Seeing these words, he immediately thought of something. His expression changed drastically, and he desperately shouted for the surrounding bandits to run away. But it was too late. Rumble at this moment, the bombs buried in the valley suddenly exploded. Hundreds of tons of explosives exploded at the same time, creating an earth-shattering explosion that shook the valley. The area within a radius of several hundred meters was razed to the ground. The heavens shook and the earth quaked. The nearby bandits were caught off guard and were instantly killed by the explosion. Their bodies were torn apart and they died without a burial. The entire valley was surrounded by thick black smoke, and the mountain rocks were shattered, creating a large crater. A black mushroom cloud appeared in the sky, causing the surrounding several kilometers to feel the intense tremors. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Xia Ping, Jiang Yaru, Chu Rong, and the others appeared on top of a small mountain, looking at the power of the explosion in the valley. Amazing! Chu Rong couldn't help but exclaim. She looked at Xia Ping in disbelief. Just how did you come up with this move? You actually set up such a trap and sent these bandits to heaven in an instant. The girls also couldn't help but look at Xia Ping in admiration. Originally, it was simply too difficult to completely wipe out these bandits. They had heavy weapons and many experts on them. If they got close, the only path left for them would be death. But Xia Ping had done the exact opposite. He had purposely set up a trap in the valley, planting a large number of explosives in advance. His goal was to lure these bandits into the valley. Who would have thought that this plan would actually succeed? Those bandits had been too smart for their own good. They had originally thought that this was a great opportunity to capture Xia Ping, but who would have thought that it would be a trap that would cost them their lives? It really is amazing. Jiang Yaru also couldn't help but admit that this plan was very clever. Even she hadn't thought of such a method. He had completely schemed against those bandits. Not a single step was wrong. And he had even used the equipment they had obtained from the bandits, such as explosives, communication devices, and so on, as a simple trap. This was even more amazing. It's nothing. Aren't all cop shows like this? Xia Ping rubbed his chin, admiring the fireworks. He also didn't expect things to go so smoothly. When carrying out this plan, he had only wanted to give it a try. It didn't matter if it succeeded or not, but reality proved that those bandits had indeed fallen for it. Cop show? Jiang Yaru and the others all shook their heads, indicating that they didn't understand what Xia Ping was talking about. However, this didn't stop them from admiring Xia Ping. Not only was he strong, but he was also a cut above the rest in terms of intelligence. It was just that he was a bit annoying, shamelessly lecherous, and his mouth was also very poisonous. These bandits are all dead. Teacher will probably be here soon, one of the girls sighed. She felt that the sky was finally clear after the storm, and she could finally leave this place full of nightmares. No, that's not right. The jammer hasn't been destroyed. Our signal can't come out. Chu Rong's expression changed. She could feel that her watch's signal still couldn't come out. What? All the girls were taken aback. Could it be that such a violent bomb was unable to destroy the jammer? Or could it be that the jammer wasn't even on these bandits, but was hidden somewhere? Xia Ping! All of a sudden, an earth-shattering roar came from the distance. It was like the roar of an injured beast in despair. The rage was at its peak, and the entire atmosphere was filled with an extremely oppressive aura. Whoosh! A charred figure shot out from the valley like a cannonball, directly charging towards the mountain peak. His speed was extremely fast, and he tore through the air. And this person was the leader of the cheetah squad, Lin Bao. He was still alive. Lin Bao was unable to restrain his anger. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his body, and his head stood up straight, emitting a burning smell. However, his body was also emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Jiang Yaru and the others' pupils shrank. They felt that this person was extremely terrifying. Even though he was injured, he still seemed to have the power to kill them all. Chapter 105. Xia Ping, you deserve to die. You killed so many of my brothers. You deserve to die. Lin Bao, the leader of the cheetah group, was now furious. He stared at Xia Ping. No one knew how angry he was right now. It was because of his carelessness that he fell into this damn brat's trap, causing almost all the elites of the cheetah group to be buried. Only a few survived. Even he himself had taken the frenzied demon pill to stimulate his body's potential and temporarily advance to the half-step martial warrior realm. He had superhuman reflexes and speed to barely escape the bombardment of these bombs. I deserve to die. Hearing this, Xia Ping laughed coldly. You're the only one allowed to kill us, but we're not allowed to fight back. You're too naive. Or are you looking down on us? Be careful. Chu Rong's eyes flickered. I feel that the aura on his body is very unusual. It's not just the 9th layer of martial disciple, but also the power of the martial warrior realm. But it's strange, this power is not stable. It seems that it will fall at any time. The girls all sensed that this Lin Bao's aura was unusual. It was like an injured beast. Although it was on the verge of death, it was full of threat. No one knew who would be bitten to death. I've heard of a pill called the frenzied demon pill. Jiang Yaru said solemnly, this pill can stimulate the body's potential, allowing the experts of the 9th layer to temporarily step into the half-step martial warrior realm. But the side effects are great. It requires more than 10 years of lifespan, and it may even cut off the hope of entering the martial warrior realm. I think this bandit should have taken a similar pill, so we must be more careful. Hearing this, Lin Bao sneered, as expected of a top student. You've done your homework well. That's right, in order to survive this explosion, I had no choice but to take the frenzied demon pill to temporarily increase my strength. But taking this valuable frenzied demon pill means that 10 years of my lifespan is gone, and it will be difficult for me to advance to the martial warrior realm in this life. In order to kill you, I wasted my future and burned my lifespan. Do you know how much hatred I have in my heart right now? I, Lin Bao, swear that I will skin you alive and tear you to pieces. Otherwise, how can I face my dead brothers? He roared hoarsely, and a monstrous murderous aura surged from his body. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Lin Bao's body moved. Like a crazed leopard, he tore through the air and dashed over, leaving only an afterimage in the air. So fast! Jiang Yaru and the others were all horrified. This kind of speed had already surpassed that of a powerhouse of the 9th heavenly layer. It was invisible to the naked eye, like a storm. Die! Lin Bao roared angrily and punched out. He used his ultimate fist technique, Mad Leopard Godly Fist, Thunder Leopard Devour. This was almost the peak of the move, beyond the 9th heaven of the martial disciple realm, infinitely close to the strong of the martial warrior realm. This punch contained all the power he had accumulated in his entire life, and it contained a monstrous hatred. The true chi in his body burned crazily, and his blood seemed to be boiling. The roar of a cheetah could be faintly heard in the air. If an ordinary person were to face this punch, their legs would have turned to jelly before it even reached them. Be careful! Jiang Yaru and the others couldn't help but cry out. They could all sense how terrifying that punch was. They definitely couldn't take it head-on. Otherwise, their hearts would definitely be shattered on the spot, and their bodies would be torn apart. But Xia Ping didn't move. He just stood there calmly. Dong! The punch landed squarely on Xia Ping's chest, causing a huge explosion on the spot. The entire ground seemed to be unable to withstand the impact, and cracks appeared one after another. Even the ground where Xia Ping was standing had a deep pit, and his feet had collapsed. The entire mountain seemed to have been hit by this punch and was on the verge of collapse. How is this possible? Lin Bao's face showed a look of horror. He thought that his punch was bound to succeed. As long as he hit this kid, his heart would definitely be blown up by him, and there would be no way for him to live. But who would have thought that his punch did hit the other party's chest, but did not kill this kid? Instead, he felt that his fist had hit a ball of cotton, constantly weakening the power of his fist. And what made him feel even more horrified was that this punch actually made the other party not take half a step back. But how could Lin Bao know that Xia Ping had cultivated the top body protection technique, Dark North body protection technique? When he was at the 7th heavenly layer, he could take the attack of the 9th heavenly layer head-on without any damage. When he was promoted to the 8th heavenly layer, his body protection technique became even more powerful. Even a powerhouse who had just entered the martial artist realm would not be able to kill him in one blow. Not to mention that Lin Bao was a fake. He only barely had the strength of a half-step martial artist after eating the crazy demon pill, which was even more impossible to cause any harm to him. Instead, it was still helping him cultivate. This punch is not bad. It's strong enough. Xia Ping looked at Lin Bao indifferently. Just like that, he suddenly made a move. His right hand slapped down in the air, condensing a huge force of 20,000 jin, and the roar of a true dragon sounded in the void. No, no, no! Lin Bao let out a shrill scream, and his face was pale. He came here to kill Xia Ping, not to punch this kid. He heard the other party praise him, saying that this punch was not bad. But it was too late to escape. This punch condensed the strength of his life, and there was almost no strength left. It contained the idea of killing. The old force had just gone, and the new force had not yet been generated. He couldn't even move. How could he escape? Boom! This palm hit the top of Lin Bao's head solidly. With a crack, his bones burst on the spot, and the top of his head was torn apart. His head was like a watermelon, and blood spread. With a snap, Lin Bao's whole body was slapped hard into the ground, and suddenly a human-shaped pit appeared. The earth trembled, and smoke and dust billowed. Lin Bao, dead. This. Chu Rong and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect this to happen. The bandit leader's hateful blow was for revenge. He condensed the strength of his life and punched out. But this kid just stood there, letting the bandit attack him, and nothing happened to him. Instead, he was killed by this guy with a backhand slap, and his head was smashed. This bandit leader probably didn't expect to die in such a pitiful way. Jiang Yaru was speechless. This bandit leader wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if he went to hell. In order to kill Xia Ping, he took the crazy demon pill and lost 10 years of his life, cutting off any hope of advancing to the martial artist realm. What kind of determination did he have? But now, he was killed with a backhand slap, as if he was killing a fly. This is the interference device, right? It should be fine as long as I destroy it. Xia Ping didn't think as much as the other women. He took a step forward and found a black interference device on Lin Bao's body, and hung it on his waist. Chapter 106. Entertainment Island. This was an island 20 kilometers away from Beast Island. The island was well equipped with entertainment facilities. There were bars, water parks, and various gourmet restaurants. Moreover, the scenery was beautiful and the seawater was clear. Many people liked to come here for a vacation. Meanwhile, a spaceship was parked in the parking lot of the entertainment island. This time, the teachers, crew members, and the captain of the spaceship were enjoying themselves to the fullest during these 5 days of rest. After all, this was a rare vacation time. At this moment, a crew member was on duty on the spaceship. He was sound asleep with a newspaper covering his head. On the table in front of him was a cup of steaming hot coffee and a half-eaten milk bread. Do. At this moment, the alarm on the spaceship immediately rang. It vibrated violently, scaring the crew member into jumping up. He accidentally dropped the cup of coffee and the coffee spilled all over the floor. What's going on? Could it be that some students couldn't stand the harsh environment on Beast Island and decided to give up? The crew member rubbed his eyes and looked at the red dots on the screen. The appearance of a red dot meant that one person had given up and had to go to the rescue. Wait, what's going on? Why are there so many red dots? Almost all of them have given up. Seeing the densely packed red dots on the screen, the crew member's expression changed drastically. He immediately knew that things had gotten out of hand. In the past trials, even if there were people who had given up, it had never reached the level of collective forfeiture. Moreover, this red dot signal was sent 2 days ago, but we only received it now. Could it be that someone blocked the signal on Beast Island? Thinking of this, the crew member's hair stood on end. He didn't know why someone would do such a thing, but he knew that this matter wasn't something he could handle. He had to report to the captain immediately. 3 minutes later, the spaceship left Entertainment Island and headed towards Beast Island at its fastest speed. The captain, crew members, and teachers from various schools had grave expressions on their faces. Originally, they were still enjoying the beach, seawater, and delicacies on Entertainment Island. However, because of this news, they had to return to the spaceship immediately to deal with this sudden incident. Damn it! Captain Luo Jian's expression was extremely gloomy. Why did we only receive the distress signal 2 days after the students sent it? Are you all here for nothing? I'm sorry. Someone blocked the signal on Beast Island and even simulated the signal. At the same time, we were careless and didn't check carefully, so we didn't notice it. The crew members were ashamed. This was their dereliction of duty. Cut the crap. How much longer until we reach the Beast Island? Choshu stared at the captain, her body emitting a terrifying murderous aura. She no longer wanted to find out why this had happened. Right now, she only wanted to reach Beast Island as soon as possible and rescue those students. Everyone present knew how serious it was for the students to collectively send out a distress signal. Something that they couldn't handle must have happened, which was why they were forced to call for help. In other words, those students were in danger. Let's move forward at full speed. We'll arrive in 3 minutes. One of the crew members immediately replied. Whoosh! 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The flying ship arrived above Beast Island. Look, those students have been tied up. They're at the peak of the mountain range in the middle of the Beast Island. According to the information transmitted by the signal, the crew used the spaceship's scanning system and immediately saw a group of students tied up on the mountaintop. Their faces were swollen and bruised, and they seemed to have been beaten up badly. There seemed to be a few gunmen beside them. These criminals did not leave with Linbao. After all, they still needed someone to watch over these student captives, so they were lucky enough to survive. Oh no, those criminals seem to have discovered something. Are they going to make a move on the students? Looking at the scanning image, Captain Luo Jian's expression changed drastically. He had been through hundreds of battles and could immediately tell that these criminals weren't kind people. The other party knew that they were in a desperate situation. They were still on the deserted island and had nowhere to run. In their desperation, they would definitely want to drag a few people down with them. Those students were in danger. Open the door of the flying ship, Choshu said coldly. What? The group of people looked at Choshu in shock. We're 300 meters above the ground. What are you trying to do by opening the door? One of the crew members turned pale with fright. He looked at Choshu in confusion, thinking that she had gone crazy. Choshu ignored him and directly stepped forward. She pressed the emergency button to open the cabin door. With a snap, the cabin door opened. Immediately, a terrifying gust of wind whistled in from outside. Whoosh! Before these people could understand what Choshu was trying to do, she jumped down from the sky. Her entire body was like a cannonball, falling from 300 meters above the ground. Crazy! A group of people watched in shock as autumn snow fell. Falling from such a height, even an expert in the martial artist realm would be smashed to death and die without a complete corpse. Boom! In just a few seconds, Choshu's entire body was like a cannonball. She reached the ground in an instant. With a bang, the ground shook terrifyingly, as if a meteorite had hit the ground. With a few cracking sounds, her feet immediately created a huge deep pit. Hundreds of cracks spread out, extending for several kilometers, and the entire top of the mountain was covered with dense cracks. Some of the mountain rocks were even shattered by the powerful impact. But Choshu was unscathed. This. Seeing this, the criminals who had wanted to shoot these students were all stunned. The flying ship was clearly still 300 meters above the ground. Why did someone immediately come down? However, the students who thought they were dead were all overjoyed, especially the students from 95th High School. With tears in their eyes, they shouted in surprise, "Teacher, you're here. Don't come over, or I'll shoot them immediately." Those criminals were extremely afraid. This woman was simply a monster. She fell from a height of 300 meters and was unscathed. Was this something that a human could do? Shoot them. In front of me, you don't even have time to pull the trigger. There was a trace of coldness in Choshu's beautiful eyes. With a slap of her palm, the whole world seemed to have entered winter. It was a world of ice and snow, and the temperature dropped sharply. Bang! 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 Those criminals didn't know what was happening at all. They didn't even have time to blink. In just an instant, they were immediately hit by this cold current, and their whole bodies were frozen into ice cubes, turning into ice men. However, the other students were unscathed. They didn't even feel a trace of cold temperature, showing her superb martial arts skills. With a few cracking sounds, the wind blew, and these criminals' ice cubes shattered into countless pieces. Too strong. Many students were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that this beautiful woman was so powerful. Chapter 107. Teacher. At this time, Xia Ping and the others also came up. Jiang Yaru immediately greeted Teacher Qiushu. They all felt very shocked. They didn't expect that the seemingly ordinary teacher would be so powerful. As soon as he made a move, he killed these bandits. Not a single one of them could escape. You guys are okay? Qiushu also looked at Xia Ping and the others with surprise. Seeing that these people were unharmed, she immediately felt very happy. Finally, there were students who didn't fall into the hands of those bandits. Teacher, of course they're fine. We're the ones who aren't. A person shouted in grief and indignation. His eyes stared fiercely at Xia Ping as if he wanted to eat him alive. Qiushu was dumbfounded. Looking at this guy who looked like a pig, she asked, "You, who are you? Are you also a student of my 95th middle school?" "Teacher, don't you recognize me? I'm Xiong Badian." The person shouted and immediately revealed his identity. Qiushu's mouth twitched. How did you become like this? She really couldn't tell that this person was Xiong Badian. After all, his face was too horrible to look at. It was simply unrecognizable. It's all Xia Ping's fault. Xiong Badian shouted in grief and indignation. If he wasn't seriously injured, he would immediately go up and fight Xia Ping to death. Don't randomly bite people here. I didn't hit you. Xia Ping felt very wronged. Xiong Badian went crazy. You didn't hit me, but you talked nonsense. Your mouth stinks worse than dog shit. You provoked those bandits to drag us out and beat us up for half an hour. A whole half an hour. He was extremely sad and indignant. This was the darkest half an hour of his life. He had been pampered since he was a child. When had he ever been beaten like this? If it wasn't for this bastard Xia Ping's big mouth, saying that they were childhood friends, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. This bastard clearly wanted to kill him. Teacher, punish him. This guy is simply a demon. He doesn't pay for killing people. That's right. He's done all kinds of evil. He's even more poisonous than poison. We're so miserable because of him. If we weren't lucky, we would have been killed by him long ago. If we don't punish him, we won't let him go even if we become ghosts. We won't be able to rest in peace. A group of pig-headed people jumped out and criticized Xia Ping, demanding that he be severely punished. They were also very miserable, comparable to Xiong Badian. They originally wanted to speak loudly, but their faces were really too painful. Just saying a few words would pull at their wounds, and the pain would penetrate their hearts. Who are you? Qiushu was a little confused. She couldn't recognize these people who had changed beyond recognition. They had no choice but to introduce themselves. I'm Tao Yun. I'm Goldman Sachs. I am Hongyu. Qiushu was speechless. How did the top students of her school become like this? Although other students were also beaten, they were not as miserable as these few. It felt as if they were run over with tires several times. It was similar to plastic surgery. However, this was a failed plastic surgery. It was a medical accident. Hello, Xia Ping greeted them. Good my ass. Tao Yun and the others were so angry that their noses were crooked. Seeing them like this, how could it be any better? Yet, this brat was acting as if nothing had happened. If it wasn't for this bastard, how could they be so miserable? Teacher, this bastard is so vicious. He even wants to kill his classmates. The reason why we became like this is because he instigated those bandits to beat us up for half an hour. Tao Yun shouted. Teacher, if you don't punish him, we won't accept it. Xia Ping felt very wronged. What? What? I said some words to the bandits at that time, but it was all because I was worried about your safety. That's why I said your names so that those bandits wouldn't hurt you. But now, not only are you not grateful, you even blame me, saying that I have a vicious heart. It's really a case of a dog biting the hand that feeds it. It's hard to be a good person nowadays. There are very few people like me who repay evil with good. He sighed, feeling that his good intentions weren't known by others. Good my ass. Tao Yun and the others were so angry that smoke was coming out of their heads. If you were a good person, then there would be no bad people in the world. And if it wasn't for your words before, those bandits would have been moved by them long ago. They wouldn't have beaten them up. But after being criticized by this big mouth, all of them became liars. This made the bandits fly into a rage out of humiliation and beat them even harder than before. Bastard, don't quibble here. Xiong Badian said angrily, didn't you see Han Shan from Jingda High School? He's the worst. He was beaten up for 45 minutes. He's now unconscious and foaming at the mouth. This is all your evil deeds. Why don't you admit it? He pointed at Han Shan, who was lying on the ground. His face was originally blurry, as if it had been stung by bees. It was swollen and his mouth was still foaming. He looked like a critically ill patient. I think it's better to take him out for treatment. Xia Ping gave his own suggestion. Hearing this, Qiuxiu immediately came to her senses and said, yes, yes, yes. You guys still need to bandage your wounds. If there's anything else, we can talk on the spaceship. Don't talk here. At this time, the spaceship also descended from the sky and arrived at the top of the mountain. Xiong Badian and the others were very helpless, but they could only be grabbed by Qiuxiu and dragged into the spaceship for treatment. Moreover, their injuries were indeed very serious and couldn't be delayed. Whoosh! The spaceship picked up all the students on Beast Island and headed toward Tianshui City. After counting, 5 or 6 students died and more than 100 were injured. Only a few dozen students were not injured. Apart from Xia Ping and the others, only a few students who were hiding in remote caves and were lucky enough not to be found by the bandits were unharmed. The ins and outs of this matter were also known by Qiuxiu and the others. They knew that this was an accident. No one thought that a group of bandits would appear on Beast Island. This was a mistake on their part. However, this matter was too serious. If it was leaked, it would definitely have a great impact on the reputation of the 10 schools. They might even be denounced by angry parents and the media would come to interview them. Therefore, they decided to block this news. Each student was rewarded with a body-tempering pill as a hush money. Xia Ping and the others made great contributions. They killed many bandits and saved the lives of many students. Each of them was rewarded with 3 pills. Although Xiong Badian and the others were indignant, they couldn't do anything about it. However, things had developed to this point. The trial naturally couldn't continue. Everyone decided to immediately return to Tianshui City and send some seriously injured students to the hospital for emergency treatment. Chapter 108. Evening. When the spaceship arrived at Tianshui City, it was already evening. The students had already left school, and there was no one in the entire school except for the security guards. Xia Ping got off the spaceship and went straight back home. Anyway, there was nothing for him to do now. The teachers would naturally arrange for the injured students to be taken care of. When he was halfway there, he found that his phone was vibrating and emitting a notification sound from time to time. It seemed that there was a large amount of information being transmitted. Before entering the Beast Island trial, his phone was asked to be turned off and was still on the spaceship. Naturally, he had no way of knowing who had contacted him during this time. It's editor Meng Fei. Xia Ping picked up his phone and immediately saw dozens of phone calls and 15 to 16 video call requests. The most recent one was even half an hour ago. Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Is something the matter? He subconsciously clicked on the video call connection. Beep. Immediately, the video call was connected, and editor Meng Fei's figure was immediately projected. The other party revealed a joyful look and said, "I can finally contact you." "That's great. Teacher Black-Hearted Wolf, where have you been these days? Why can't I contact you?" "I went to participate in the school trial." Xia Ping briefly explained his whereabouts for the past few days. "By the way, why are you so anxious to contact me? Is there something important?" Of course there's something important." Meng Fei immediately smiled. "Have you forgotten? It's been more than a month, and the royalties for your book have been sent to your bank account. I just wanted to inform you. Congratulations, the novel, Teacher by Rong, has really become very popular this month. I've been in the industry for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such a grand occasion. It's simply being chased by hundreds of millions of people." He sighed repeatedly. No one knew better than him how popular this novel was. Very popular. Xia Ping also knew that his novel was popular, but he didn't have a particularly clear concept. Seeing Xia Ping's dumbfounded look, Meng Fei said resentfully, "Teacher Black-Hearted Wolf, why don't you take a look at how much money you have in your bank account first?" Hearing this, Xia Ping subconsciously opened his bank account, and suddenly a series of numbers appeared on it. He was also surprised. "No way, more than 50 million federal coins, is this a mistake?" Seeing the numbers on the bank account, he was also stunned. This was more than 50 million federal coins, a huge sum of money, and it was completely legal. Unlike the golden potion, red blood fruit, etc., which he had obtained before, although the value was amazing, he couldn't cash it at all, nor could he use it to improve his family's life. "There's no mistake, it is more than 50 million. Seeing Xia Ping's surprised look, Meng Fei also smiled, his face revealing an excited expression. "Did you know? This month, the novel, Teacher by Rong, has sold more than 4 million copies, and the momentum has not slowed down at all. I was wrong before. Not only can this novel sell more than 10 million copies this year, it won't be a problem even if it sells more than 50 million copies. I can even look forward to it selling more than 100 million copies." If someone had told him a month ago that an erotic novel might sell more than 100 million copies, he wouldn't have believed it. He would have thought that it was bullshit and a fantasy. But now it was different. This phenomenal erotic novel had broken all sales records and shocked the eyes of countless people. 100 million? Xia Ping's pupils shrank. A novel cost 25 federal coins. If he could sell 100 million copies, according to the 50-50 split, even after deducting taxes, he could still get more than 1 billion federal coins. How was this making money? It was clearly robbery. No, even if it was robbery, it wouldn't be so fast. It was estimated that even drug dealers wouldn't have such a huge profit. It was too amazing. Before, there were top novelists who could earn more than $1 billion a year. He only saw it as news, but he didn't expect that he was about to step into this ranks and enter the realm of top novelists. This was really incredible. And this was also a huge sum of money. Han Shan was so arrogant. His family opened a factory with assets of only 1 billion, and it took him more than 20 years to reach this level. But Xia Ping only needed 1 year to surpass the other party's more than 20 years of hard work. If this matter was known, it would definitely be shocking. Teacher Black-Hearted Wolf, in fact, there is another important thing I want to discuss with you this time. Editor Meng Fei hesitated and said to Xia Ping. Xia Ping blinked his eyes. "Go ahead, what's the matter?" "It's like this." Meng Fei thought about the wording. Because this novel is too popular, it has also been discovered by people in the film and television industry. A famous director contacted me and said that he wants to adapt this novel into a TV series and make 100 episodes. Adapt it into a TV series? Hearing this, the corner of Xia Ping's mouth twitched. This was an erotic novel. How could it be adapted into a TV series and make 100 episodes? It was too exaggerated. As if seeing Xia Ping's surprised eyes, Meng Fei said, "No, this is not exaggerated at all. Don't underestimate the strength of a screenwriter. Even a pile of shit can add a lot of seasoning to it. If it sells very well, not to mention 100 episodes, even 1,000 episodes is not a problem. Xia Ping touched his chin. What do you think about this? He wanted to hear the opinion of a professional. Promise him. Meng Fei immediately said, if a novel is made into a TV series or a movie, it is the best publicity. It will greatly promote the sales of the novel. I think this is a good opportunity. Xia Ping also admitted this. In his previous life, there was a martial arts master, Jin Yong. It was because his novels were put on the TV screen one by one, which led to a geometric increase in influence. In terms of publicity alone, the dissemination of TV was not comparable to other media. It could be imagined that once his novel was made into a TV series, the sales of the novel would explode in an instant. It would not be a problem to sell 100 million copies a year. In fact, in countries without piracy, such as Japan, even if they lost money, they were willing to make a light novel into an anime, because this could greatly increase the sales of the novel and make money from other places. Of course, there was no such benefit in places with piracy. Well, we can talk about it. Xia Ping nodded. Meng Fei smiled. Great, in fact, the director also wants to talk to you about the adaptation. Why don't we set the time for tomorrow morning? Let's have a video call and have a three-party discussion. He set a time for the discussion. Okay. Chapter 109. It actually sold more than 4 million copies this month, it's really amazing. After ending the call with editor Meng Fei, Xia Ping was also shocked by the sales results of his novel. Even though he knew that this was a heaven-defying novel, he did not expect it to achieve such results. By the way, let's go to the internet and see how the reviews are. Thinking of this, Xia Ping immediately picked up his mobile phone, clicked on the page, and searched for the novel, Teacher by Rong. With a ding sound, the related page of the novel, Teacher by Rong, immediately popped up on the search page, and there were a total of 89.8 million related results. Amazing! Xia Ping was dumbfounded. In his previous life, if a work had 1 million related search results, it would be considered a hit and could be called a popular work. For example, the most popular comic book, One Piece, had more than 70 million related results. This was already a phenomenal work, and almost everyone knew about it. But now it had reached more than 80 million. Even though Yanhuang Star had a population several times larger than that of the Earth, it could be seen how popular this novel was. First on the monthly novel sales list. Xia Ping quickly saw one of the pages, which counted countless novel works this month, including romance, urban, fantasy, science fiction, suspense, reasoning, and so on. But when all these works were ranked, the first was Teacher by Rong, which sold more than 4 million copies, while the second place only sold more than 1 million copies. The gap was too big. First on the search volume list, first on the ranking list, first on the hot topic list, first on the 3 lists. Xia Ping was very excited. This month, the novel, Teacher by Rong, almost dominated all kinds of novel lists. Even if he did not continue to hype up the topic, with the quality of the novel, coupled with the full promotion of Penguin, it still attracted countless readers. Let's go to the Tianying forum and take a look. Xia Ping's heart moved and immediately entered the Tianying forum. There were many people in this place, and he should be able to see a lot of readers' fair comments on Teacher by Rong. He immediately saw the first hot post, the title of which read, Heavy, Xinghua, a master of erotic novels, commented on the new novel of the year, Teacher by Rong. This is a work that appears once in 50 years. According to the reporter's interview, Master Xinghua said at that time that he didn't know about this novel at first, and then an editor of Penguin asked him to take a look and comment on it. I said at the time that I, Xinghua, am not a casual person. I don't have to read it just because you tell me to. I'm still reserved, and I don't read any erotic novel. But I read it later. I'm a soft-hearted person and can't take a compliment. Besides, they gave me money. I can't go against money. But I didn't expect this old man to be fascinated at that time. I read it for 3 days and 3 nights, and it was really memorable. I haven't read such an excellent erotic novel for a long time. It described the emotional entanglement of a teacher and many men. Although the story was simple, it was full of tension and twists and turns. It was extremely moving and gripping. The intense description contains a hint of simplicity. Although it is an erotic novel, it is thought-provoking. After reading it, there is a hint of sadness, as if my heart is empty. Although I don't know who the author is, I can see that he is very intelligent. In time, he will definitely be able to carry the banner of erotic novels and become a master. After reading it, Xia Ping exclaimed in admiration. No wonder the topic of this novel has been around for a long time. It must be the website editor who found famous authors to recommend it and gave money to the master. With the recommendation of famous authors, it would naturally attract more readers, which was equivalent to advertising. There were also a bunch of readers commenting on this post. The master is indeed a master. He is old but still strong. I didn't expect to read it for 3 days and 3 nights. I can't tell that the master is an old man in his 70s or 80s. It's just an erotic novel. How can the master see simplicity? Why do I see a green hat? The master's heart is empty, and my body is weak. I don't know how many supplements I need to eat to make up for it. Harming others and myself. Because of the master's recommendation, I went to see it. I didn't expect that one night would pass. The next day, I almost couldn't walk. When I went to the hospital, the doctor said I had kidney deficiency. Sigh, this novel is a scourge. Since reading this novel, I don't know why, but I have a different view of the female teacher who weighs more than 300 pounds in class. The big brother above has such a heavy taste. This little brother admires it. Let me remind you a little. Assaulting a female teacher is at least 3 years, and the maximum is indefinite. Do as you see fit. Many readers were commenting, and the atmosphere was very hot. All of a sudden, there were 108,937 replies. It could be imagined that the popularity of Master Xinghua was not for show. He was old but vigorous. He continued to read. Not only Master Xinghua, but also Master Bao Pikhang seemed to have commented, "This erotic novel, Teacher by Rong, is a rare masterpiece in recent years. Although it is a bit exaggerated to see it once in 50 years, it is no problem to see it once in 10 years. The twists and turns in the story are bizarre and have a strong appeal, causing a strong resonance with the readers. Moreover, this novel has also set off a trend of erotic novels. The so-called teacher genre has appeared, causing countless erotic novelists to imitate it one after another. It can be said to be the founder of this genre. There have been people who have written erotic novels about teachers before, but this is the first time the author has caused such a trend. This is a pioneering work, and I am very optimistic about his next work." Seeing this, Xia Ping also clicked on the Penguin webpage, and sure enough, he immediately saw many trend-following works on the list, such as My Beautiful Teacher, Teacher Falls in Love with Me, Beautiful Teacher and the Story I Have to Tell, Beautiful Teacher in the Boys' School, and so on. Even if these works were just following the trend and could not achieve the same results as Teacher by Rong, they did bring this trend and barely made a living. From this perspective, it can be seen that Teacher by Rong has become a phenomenal novel and has become a benchmark in the industry. Even the erotic novelists have been affected. It's really too popular. After reading these comments, Xia Ping was very excited. If he waited for his novel to be adapted into a TV series, it was estimated that it would cause a more popular trend and the number of sales would increase greatly. Rumble, rumble. At this moment, a drumming sound came from his stomach. He touched his stomach. I seem to be a little hungry. Let's go home and have a look. I wonder if Dad is at home. Chapter 110. After returning home, Xia Ping immediately saw a familiar figure busy in the kitchen. There was a fragrant smell of food in the dining room. This person was his mother, Huang Lanxin. "Mom, are you discharged from the hospital?" Xia Ping cried in surprise. Huang Lanxin smiled slightly. "Yes, it's all right. The hospital's nutrient solution treatment is not bad. The doctor told me to lie in the hospital for a few days, but I didn't want to, so I chose to leave the hospital." Xia Ping looked over and found that his mother's complexion was good, and there was no inconvenience in her movements. Obviously, she had been completely cured, even better than before. It was not in vain for him to spend so much money. However, the hospital cost is too expensive, hundreds of thousands. Thinking of spending so much money, Huang Lanxin felt a burst of heartache. She had never spent so much money in her life except for buying a house. Xia Ping patted his chest. "It's okay, I don't have any advantages, but I can make money. Keep bragging." Hearing this, his father, Xia Chuanlu, who was sitting at the table, looked contemptuous. "You have another advantage, that is, you are thick-skinned, and you have 30% of your father's skill. How is it bragging?" Huang Lanxin was suddenly dissatisfied and glared at Xia Chuanlu. "If it weren't for my son, would you have the ability to take out hundreds of thousands? You have worked for more than 20 years, but you are not as good as my son in 1 year." She also knew that the medical expenses were paid by her son, and Xia Chuanlu had told her about it before. When Xia Chuanlu heard this, his heart seemed to be greatly hurt, and he could no longer say a word. He was also very aggrieved that he didn't make as much money as his son. It was too shameful. "Mom, you can't say that. Dad's ability to spend money is still good." Xia Ping hit. Huang Lanxin snorted. "He only knows how to spend money, smoke, gamble, and play mahjong, this prodigal son." Ahem. Xia Chuanlu felt that if he continued to talk like this, his position as the head of the family would be lost. He said, "Son, let's not talk about this first. We have to talk about the novel you wrote. This novel is very problematic. To be honest, after knowing that my son wrote a novel, I also went up to criticize it." Xia Ping blinked. "Dad, what's the problem? And you still say there's a problem? This problem is huge." Xia Chuan revealed a pained expression. "Son, I know about your situation. There is indeed a female teacher in class, and she is the form teacher. She is young and beautiful, and her figure is not bad. She is like an actress. But she's a teacher. She's older than you by a few years. It's impossible for the two of you to be together. Just the difference in their statuses is a huge gap. There's no future for a teacher-student relationship. There are plenty of fish in the sea, why do you have to be so attached to a single flower?" He patiently tried to persuade his son to return to the right path. "Dad, Xia Ping was speechless. But before Xia Ping could say anything, Xia Chuanlu waved his hand and said, "Son, there's no need to say anything. I also know that it's normal for students to have a crush on beautiful female teachers. Back then, your dad's school didn't have any beautiful young female teachers. They were all aunties who weighed more than 100 kilograms. Otherwise, I would have had a crush on them. This is called the budding of youth." "That's right, it's called the budding of youth. However, you can't be too agitated. If you are too agitated, you will attack a beautiful female teacher. This is a crime. You are still young, so you must not do it, understand? More than 3 years in prison." He looked at his son with a very serious face. After reading his son's novel, he knew that it was not without reason that the novel could be popular. But the description was too vivid. It felt as if it was seen with his own eyes. If there was no personal experience and no fantasy of doing this kind of thing with the teacher, how could it be written? Therefore, he was very worried that his son would sooner or later embark on the road of attacking female teachers. "Dad, you think too much." The corner of Xia Ping's mouth twitched. "Yes, I think about things here and there all day long. I haven't thought about anything serious." Huang Lanxin also patted Xia Chuanliu's head and felt that this guy was just messing around here. "Don't I know what kind of person my son is?" he definitely doesn't have the guts. Of course, even if he really does that kind of thing, it's the fault of that female teacher. She dresses in fancy clothes all day long and only knows how to seduce men here. Shameless. Xia Chuanlu suddenly didn't dare to speak. He knew that his wife was jealous. If this continued, he would probably have to sleep in the living room tonight. This was all experienced. By the way, Dad, I just paid the royalties a few days ago. Xia Ping didn't want to continue discussing this issue and directly changed the topic. I want to take out some money to improve the family's life. I don't know what you think. Earning money is for consumption and to improve life. If you don't spend it, it's useless to keep it in the bank. Moreover, his parents have raised him for many years. It's okay if he doesn't have the ability, but it's wrong if he doesn't do it when he has the ability. No, you can keep this money for yourself. We are still young and strong, and we don't need our son to support us. Huang Lanxin looked at her son kindly. She was very satisfied with her son's intentions. Xia Chuanlu asked curiously, royalties? Son, how much is your royalties? Not much, just over 50 million federal coins. Xia Ping said casually. Ha! Hearing this number, Xia Chuanlu took a breath, widened his eyes, and trembled. Son, say it again, how much is the royalties? Huang Lanxin was also stunned, as if she couldn't believe what she heard. I said, there are more than 50 million federal coins. Xia Ping smiled slightly. He casually clicked on his phone and immediately projected the bank account, showing the balance on it. Seeing this scene, both Xia Chuanlu and Huang Lanxin were stunned, and their whole bodies were trembling. When have they ever seen such a large number? Tens of thousands of federal coins are considered a huge sum of money. More than 50 million federal coins. That was an astronomical figure. Son. Xia Chuanlu looked up to the sky and sighed, the most correct investment your father has made in his life is to give birth to you. Earning more than 50 million at such a young age, why don't you go to heaven? Your father was wrong just now. Don't you just want to pick up a beautiful teacher? No problem at all. Go ahead and do it. It doesn't matter if you get a few back. Nurses, doctors, salespeople, stewardesses, train attendants, and so on. He was very emotional. He had earned so much money at the age of 18. In the future, it would be no problem for him to have a teacher-student relationship. Xia Ping was speechless. How many movies did his father watch? In the future, I will have a dozen children, make a football team, and strengthen the Xia family. Mother Huang Lanxin also nodded, her face excited, and she had a plan for the future. Chapter 111. Knowing that Xia Ping had earned more than 50 million federal coins in a month and might even earn more in the future, Xia Chuanlu and his wife were excited to the extreme. They were all ready to take a sum of money to travel around the world. When they got married, they were very poor and didn't even have the time or opportunity to go on a honeymoon. Now they were taking advantage of this opportunity to make up for it. Xia Ping wouldn't refuse. Anyway, money was meant to be spent, so he gave his parents 10 million federal coins and let them spend it however they wanted. This was also a small token of his appreciation as a son. While Xia Chuanlu and his wife were excitedly talking about where to go on a global tour, Xia Ping returned to his bedroom to rest because he had been tossing and turning for a long time after returning from Beast Island and was tired. Soon, the night passed. Because the next day was the weekend, there was no need to go to school. Xia Ping slept soundly until 10 o'clock the next morning before getting up. He brushed his teeth and washed his face before eating breakfast. At this time, he returned to his bedroom and received a video call from editor Meng Fei. Beep. Xia Ping immediately connected the video communication request. Soon, editor Meng Fei's virtual projection appeared in front of him and immediately said, "Teacher Black-Hearted Wolf, are you free now? I'll introduce you to a director." Okay. Xia Ping nodded. He also remembered what editor Meng Fei said to him yesterday. It seemed that there was a director who wanted to adapt his novel into a TV series and shoot 100 episodes or something. With a beep, another video communication request came. He pressed OK. Then, a virtual projection appeared in the room. Suddenly, a fat man wearing a black suit appeared. He was 1.67 meters tall and weighed 100 kilograms. He also wore black-rimmed glasses and looked very wretched. This is the author of Teacher by Roan, Black-Hearted Wolf? When the fat man saw Xia Ping's appearance, he was stunned, as if he couldn't believe that this young man was the author of the recently popular novel. After all, this novel was written with an experienced style and didn't seem like something a young man could write. That's right, this is Teacher Black-Hearted Wolf, editor Meng Fei explained, dispelling the fat man's doubts. The fat man immediately sighed and said, "It's really better to see than to know." If those fans know that the author of the famous Teacher by Roan is actually an 18-year-old young man, they will definitely be shocked. "This is?" Xia Ping asked. The fatty immediately came to his senses and quickly said, "My name is Wang Dachui, a famous director of that kind of film. I've shot Time Stands Still, The Transparent World, and other famous blockbusters." He was triumphant and boastful. "Oh, so it's a hammer." Xia Ping suddenly realized. Fatty Wang Dachui immediately went berserk. "What are you talking about? You're the hammer, your whole family is. Alright, I know your name now. I'm a very equal person, and I treat everyone the same. I won't discriminate against him just because he's a hammer." Xia Ping waved his hand, not caring at all. Upon hearing this, Fatty Wang Dachui became even more depressed. He protested, "I'm not a hammer." Alright. Let's get down to business." Editor Meng Fei quickly steered the topic back to business. When Fatty Wang Dachui heard this, he immediately coughed a few times and said, "You're right, Teacher Black-Hearted Wolf. This time, I'm here to adapt your novel into an adult action blockbuster TV series and shoot 100 episodes. This is an unprecedented feat in this world. It has never happened before. If it succeeds, it will definitely take the world by storm and set a precedent for blockbusters. We'll all become celebrities and stand on the monument of the adult world." He spoke passionately about his great dream. After all, this kind of film had always been one. Even if there was a so-called sequel, it would never be in the form of a TV series. He was not lying when he said that this was a pioneering effort. However, after a long time, Xia Ping did not react at all. Fatty Wang Dachui was depressed and said, "Big brother, why don't you feel excited at all? You have to know that we're creating history. We're walking at the forefront of an era. I only care about how much money you can give me." Xia Ping was a very honest person. Hearing this, Fatty Wang Dachui immediately shouted, "Vulgar, this is really too vulgar. As a cultured person, how can you talk about money? Talking about money hurts feelings." Xia Ping turned to look at editor Meng Fei. "That means that this fatty is not only a hammer, but also a pauper." "Although I don't want to admit it, he is indeed a pauper," editor Meng Fei admitted. Fatty Wang Dachui was unconvinced. "Who's a pauper? I just happen to have no money on hand. We usually call this kind of person a pauper." Xia Ping calmly analyzed the situation for him. Hearing this, Wang Dachui was instantly deflated. He was dealt a terrible blow. "Editor." Xia Ping turned to look at Meng Fei. "You brought this fatty here just to entertain me. I have to say, this kind of entertainment is very successful. Let's call it a day." Looking at this fatty, he knew that he was a guy who wanted to get something for nothing. He probably wanted to take away his TV series adaptation rights without spending much money. This was simply a dream. If it was not for the editor bringing him here, he would not even talk to him. No. Wait, I'm really a director. I'm really a big director." Fatty Wang Dachui cried and actually wanted to hug Xia Ping's thigh. "If you give me the adaptation rights, I'll definitely be able to get investments and make a blockbuster. You'll earn a lot." The corner of Xiaoping's mouth twitched. This fatty was the best. Not only did he have no money on him, but he also wanted to use his novel adaptation rights to get investments. This method of getting something for nothing was very clever. Teacher Black-Hearted Wolf, don't worry. I'm not tricking you. Seeing this fatty's expression, editor Meng Fei felt very embarrassed. However, he still said seriously, this Wang Dachui was indeed a very capable director back then. He produced many outstanding adult action blockbusters. He's quite capable. But this guy's lustful mind didn't change. He actually wanted to sleep with an actress but failed. What's worse was that the actress had a rich backer who was very powerful. In the end, he was unlucky. He was directly kicked out of the industry and had to sleep on the streets. No one dared to ask him to film anymore. Xia Ping was speechless. How unlucky was this damn fatty? He actually failed to sleep with an actress in that kind of film. What else could he succeed in? So, you're quite capable. Thinking of this, he felt that he could temporarily talk to this fatty. After all, he also wanted to adapt this novel into a TV series to expand the influence of the novel. Hearing this, Wang Dachui stood up with a grunt and said excitedly, "Don't worry. No matter what, I'm experienced. Getting investments is not a problem at all. Of course, if you can give me some investments, that would be even better." Chapter 112. To be honest, Fatty Wang Dachui was suppressed, and he made a few bad movies after that, causing some investors to lose all their money. This made many investors hate him to the bone. It could be said that his reputation was already bad, and he couldn't get any investments at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so poor. At least he made a few blockbuster movies in the past. You still want me to invest? Xia Ping clenched his fists and had the urge to hit someone. This fatty had a good plan. If he invested, he probably wouldn't even need to pay for the adaptation of the novel. Of course. Fatty Wang Dachui said seriously, "I'm not tricking you. If you invest, you can have 100% of the copyright of this TV series, and you can also have 100% of the profits. If it can become popular, the money earned will definitely be more than selling novels." Xia Ping's eyes flickered. It was indeed as Wang Dachui said. If he could have all the copyright of this TV series, the profits would naturally be great. Moreover, he was also very confident in adapting his novel into a TV series. He thought for a moment. If this TV series is made, where do you plan to broadcast it? For an adult blockbuster like this, ordinary television stations probably wouldn't allow it to be broadcast. Even if he wanted to go to the cinema, he wouldn't be qualified. Of course it's on the internet. Fatty Wang Dachui had already thought about it. He said excitedly, "The income from online videos is no less than the income from television stations. Moreover, the higher the click rate, the more advertising fees we can earn. Maybe you don't know, on video websites, one click is worth $0.33 federal dollars. If we can make a video with over 100 million clicks, we can earn 33 million federal dollars. But a video like this costs only 500,000 federal dollars to make. If it's filmed, we can earn 50 to 60 times the cost. Even if we speculate in the stock market, we won't earn that much." He was like a salesman, trying to persuade Xia Ping. But even so, how could it be that easy to make a video have more than 100 million clicks? Most of the videos posted on the website would only have a few clicks, and no one would know about it. There were also quite a number of people who lost everything they had. Interesting. Xia Ping seriously considered the feasibility of this matter. The cost was low, and the profits were high. If it could become popular, it would be better to just shoot it himself. There was no need to give the copyright to others. Seeing this, Fatty Wang Dachui struck while the iron was hot. "Big brother, I've already thought about it. We'll use the new adult actress, Lin Meikong, as the female lead. She looks pure and has a hot figure. She can be said to be a child with a huge X face. She will definitely attract the attention of most men. What about men? Just find a few. Many men will do it even if they don't want money. After failing for a few years, he had learned to be meticulous in his calculations and save as much as he could. Because the main character is a teacher, he has to wear better clothes. Xia Ping gave his opinion. It can't be an old-fashioned uniform. It has to be a black and white suit with high heels, stockings, black-rimmed glasses, and a ponytail. Even if you want to refuse, don't. Big brother. Hearing this, Wang Dachui was completely convinced. He looked at Xia Ping with admiration. No wonder you can write such a masterpiece and set the trend. I didn't expect you to understand men so well. You're amazing. Such a woman is simply the dream lover of all men. If I had such a teacher back then, I would have gone to a top university long ago. Just imagining that kind of outfit made him feel a little malnourished. Editor Meng Fei was also full of admiration. Why else would he say that he was a master who could write such a novel? Just this suggestion alone was already superior. Just imagining that kind of scene made them unable to accept it. Cough, cough. You flatter me. Xia Ping said modestly, I don't have much ability. If you want to know why I'm so capable, it's because I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. If Newton in his previous life heard him use this famous saying here, he would probably jump out of his coffin in anger. Shoot it immediately. Fatty Wang Dachui could not wait any longer. Even if we don't shoot 100 episodes, we can shoot 10 episodes first to test the waters. It's not a lot of money, just $5 million federal dollars. His creative soul was burning. He had to shoot this masterpiece. He felt that this work could very well turn his life around. Okay, let's sign a contract. Xia Ping thought about it and immediately made a decision. It was only $5 million federal dollars anyway, not too much. It would be good if it succeeded, but even if it failed, it would not hurt too much. After all, his monthly royalties were $50 million federal dollars. This amount of money was simply a drop in the bucket. Soon, editor Meng Fei took out the contract. He specialized in this industry and was very familiar with the channels. The three parties immediately signed the contract, temporarily settling the matter. Then, Xia Ping transferred $5 million federal dollars to Fatty Wang Dachui's account. Big brother, don't worry. I will definitely not tarnish this work. I will definitely present the charm of this work on the screen. Fatty Wang Dachui had a sacred look on his face. Xia Ping coughed. Okay, then I'll wait and see. After saying that, he hung up the communication video and ended the call with Wang Dachui and Meng Fei. Okay, continue cultivating. The high school fighting competition is in 2 weeks. I can't waste time on this kind of thing. Xia Ping clenched his fist. Making money from his work was just an auxiliary method. It was still martial arts cultivation. He could still distinguish the priority. At this time, editor Meng Fei and Fatty Wang Dachui were communicating. Brother Meng, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not be able to make a comeback in this life. I would have to quit this industry. Wang Dachui was very grateful. Meng Fei waved his hand. You're welcome. You have to seize the opportunity yourself. Don't mess it up again. Otherwise, even the gods can't save you. Of course, I'm very confident in this work. Wang Dachui was full of confidence. According to the topic of this work and its popularity, it won't fail at all. Moreover, if the identity of the author is revealed when the video is released, it will definitely have a very good publicity effect. He had thought of a series of publicity methods. Xia Ping did not expect this damn fatty to actually plan to trick him. How long will it take you to finish shooting these 10 episodes? Meng Fei asked. Wang Dachui thought for a moment and said, originally, it would take 3 days to finish one episode, but if it's urgent, 1 day is enough. I'm known as the quick shooter director Wang in the industry. There's nothing I can't do. With the post-production editing, 2 weeks will be enough. Chapter 113. At this time, in Tianshui City's Jingde district, Zhou Tai An's house, which had been blown into ruins, was quickly restored to its original state with the help of robotic construction workers. In this era, 3D printing technology was extremely developed. As long as the blueprints were designed and given enough money, a house could be built and printed in a day. It could even withstand a magnitude 8 earthquake. Mr. Zhou Quan. At this time, a middle-aged lawyer in a black suit was standing in the villa. He said to a muscular, bearded middle-aged man in front of him, "You are Zhou Ding's brother and his only direct relative. Now that he died in an accident, his estate is naturally inherited by you. If there's no problem, please sign here." He took out a pile of legal documents. "Got it." The middle-aged man nodded. His face was expressionless as he quickly signed the pile of legal documents. Seeing this, the middle-aged lawyer nodded. "All right, since you've signed, I'll take my leave first. I'll inform you again when the estate is dealt with." After saying this, he turned around and left. The middle-aged man, Zhou Quan, watched the lawyer leave and his face darkened. "My brother, how did you die so quickly? Which bastard killed you? No matter who it is, as long as I find out who he is, I'll tear him to pieces and exterminate his entire family." He was furious. When he heard that his brother's villa had been destroyed by a bomb and that his brother's entire family had died without a complete corpse, he thought he had heard wrong. But when the lawyer personally called him and asked him to accept the estate, he finally believed that it was true. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, 4 or 5 men in black suits walked in from outside. All of them looked fierce and ferocious. They didn't look like good people. They came in front of Zhou Quan in an instant. Their attitude was very respectful, as if they were the man's subordinates. "Boss, I've looked into it. Zhou Ding's death is indeed strange." One of the men in black said in a low voice, "It's confirmed that he died of murder. But we've checked the surveillance footage of the entire Jingde district and couldn't find any clues. Before the villa exploded, it was peaceful here. There was nothing unusual. If it's not because the culprit has extremely advanced technical means to erase the traces of the surveillance cameras, then it's because the culprit has extremely powerful martial arts skills to avoid the surveillance of the surveillance equipment." Zhou Quan snorted coldly. "Don't talk to me about this. I only want to hear one thing. Who is the murderer?" He clenched his fists and his whole body was trembling. Zhou Ding was his only brother and his only relative. Now that Zhou Ding was dead, he could not accept it at all. "I'm sorry. We don't have enough time. We don't have any clues yet." One of the men in black lowered his head in shame. "But as long as we have some time to investigate the suspects one by one, I believe we will definitely find the murderer who killed Zhou Ding." He didn't expect the murderer to be so good at hiding. Even a tracking expert like him couldn't find any clues. This was unprecedented. "I'll give you time." Zhou Quan gritted his teeth. "But we must catch that damned murderer. We can't let him get away scot-free. How dare he kill my brother? I'll make sure his whole family pays with their lives. Find out all the suspicious people for me. I'd rather catch 1,000 wrong people than let one go. I want the murderer to be so terrified that he'll have nightmares in his sleep." His body exuded a terrifying murderous aura. With a bang, the ground cracked. Strong true chi gushed out from under his feet, creating a huge crater. It was a sign of his powerful martial arts cultivation. The men in black were overwhelmed with shock. They felt a suffocating pressure because the man in front of them was an expert in the martial disciple realm. Even if he was only at the first layer of the martial disciple realm, he could kill them with just a breath. Once a person reached the martial warrior realm, they would be able to open their acupoints and release their true chi. Their attack power would be more than 10 times stronger. If a martial disciple could fight against 10 people, then a martial warrior could fight against 100 or even 1,000 people. "Yes, boss." The group of men in black nodded, their faces solemn. "You may leave." Zhou Quan waved his hand. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The men in black looked at each other and left quickly. My brother. Zhou Quan clenched his fist, his eyes cold. I won't let you die in vain. No matter who the culprit is, I'll make him pay with his life. Time flies, and 2 weeks have passed in the blink of an eye, and soon the Tianshui City High School fighting competition began. For Xia Ping, these 2 weeks were very peaceful, carrying out a 3-point life, usually attending classes, going home to retreat, and taking body-refining pills. In just 2 weeks, he felt that the true qi in his body had expanded rapidly, and he had reached the peak of the 8th heaven of martial disciple. Even the strength of his body had become stronger, and he already had a huge force of 30,000 jin. Even his spiritual force was stronger, and his martial arts cultivation base was more tyrannical. These 2 weeks were not in vain. I have to go to school this morning to prepare for the Tianshui City High School fighting competition. I have to prepare early. Xia Ping went out of his home, packed his things, and went to school. He soon saw a bus parked at the school gate, and some old acquaintances stood next to it: Goldman Sachs, Hongyu, Zhu Erqin, Tao Yun, Xiong Batian, and others. Naturally, Jiang Yaru was also there. These people were the top 10 masters of the school, representing Tianshui City 95th High School in the competition this time. Originally, Xiong Batian was only a master in the top 20, but because of participating in the Beast Island trial, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and he was promoted to the 6th heaven of martial disciple, surpassing the previous people and squeezing those people down. The same was true for Tao Yun, who seemed to have reached the peak of the 6th heaven of martial disciple. Hello, everyone. Xia Ping stepped forward and said hello. Good fart. Xiong Batian and others' faces were as black as coal, and their faces were very unlucky, as if they had seen some plague. If it weren't for the fact that they might not be able to beat this bastard, they would definitely rush up. Even after 2 weeks, they still remember how this damn bastard tricked them when they were on the Beast Island. They were beaten by those gangsters for half an hour, and they couldn't call for help. Such a painful lesson would be remembered for the rest of their lives. Xia Ping didn't care about the attitude of these people at all. He turned to look at Jiang Yaru, a little surprised. You have been promoted to the 8th heaven of martial disciple? He clearly felt that Jiang Yaru's aura was different from before. Yes, I broke through a week ago. Jiang Yaru showed a calm look, but her heart was already crooked. She deliberately hid it for a week just to scare this guy. Chapter 114. Not bad. Xia Ping touched his chin and said with emotion, he was promoted to the 8th heavenly layer before the competition. It seems that there is one more place for our school to break into the finals. What? Xiong Batian and others stared at Xia Ping angrily, and their noses were crooked. What does this mean? What does it mean that there is one more place to break into the finals? This bastard didn't regard them as the main combat force before, they were simply cannon fodder. Although this is indeed the case, after all, Tianshui City is so big and there are countless geniuses, and Tianshui City 95th High School is just an ordinary high school with no talents. But words can't be said so clearly, isn't this clearly slapping their faces? Xia Ping, what are you talking about, can't you speak? Jiang Yaru glared at this bastard. This guy's mouth is so hateful no matter when it is. Xia Ping also seemed to wake up and showed an apologetic look. I'm sorry, I accidentally said the truth, I will pay attention next time. Pay attention my ass. Xiong Batian and others have blue veins on their foreheads. This kind of words is even more hateful. It's all the truth, doesn't it mean that this bastard thinks so? Okay, don't chat here, hurry up on the bus, we have to go to Tianshui City Stadium. The teacher Qiushu next to him coughed and interrupted Xia Ping. Otherwise, if this continues, I'm afraid they will fight. Hearing teacher Qiushu's words, Xiong Batian and others did not dare to delay. Since they were saved by teacher Qiushu on Beast Island and saw the terrifying strength of this female teacher, they were in awe. For the female teacher's words, they immediately obeyed and did not dare to disobey. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The group of people all got on the bus, and it rumbled and drove towards the Tianshui City Stadium. Qiushu is the leader of this time, responsible for leading the students to the arena to participate in this Tianshui City High School fighting competition. As for the principal, vice principal, and other leaders have already gone to the arena to represent the school to hold the opening ceremony. Everyone pay attention. Seeing that the students had taken their seats on the bus, Qiushu immediately explained the rules of the competition. This high school fighting competition is divided into two parts. One is the qualifiers, and the other is the finals. As you all know, there are a lot of people participating in the fighting competition this time, so the preliminaries will immediately determine the winner and loser. Only 16 people can advance to the finals, and the others will be eliminated. Xia Ping and the others nodded. There were a lot of participants in each high school fighting competition, because there were more than 300 schools in Tianshui City. If each school sent 10 people, there would be more than 3,000 people. More than 3,000 people were competing at the same time. If they fought against each other one by one, who knew how long it would take? Therefore, the qualifiers eliminated most of the people and selected the top 16. Teacher, how did the preliminaries go? Xia Ping was very curious. He could not understand how more than 3,000 people were eliminated in one go. That's a good question. Qiushu faintly smiled. Every high school fighting competition qualifiers are different. Last year, it was running, and the top 16 were the winners. The year before that, it was mountain climbing. As long as the top 16 people first climbed a mountain that was tens of thousands of meters high, they would be able to qualify for the finals. But this time, it's even more special. It's a survival competition. Survival competition. Xia Ping and the others all looked at Qiushu. This time's qualifiers are very expensive. Qiushu smiled. Tianshui City's government spent a huge amount of money to forcibly transform Tianshui City Stadium into a small city. It simulates a real city with supermarkets, hotels, residential areas, administrative centers, and so on. But this city is very dangerous, because the army has released powerful monsters in every corner of the city. You all will need to survive in this city for 3 days. She held up 3 fingers. What? Jiang Yaru and the rest were all shocked. How extravagant! This was truly extravagant. Although the current technology was extremely advanced, to the point where even a 100-story building could be built in a single night using 3D printing technology, and the quality was not inferior to any reinforced concrete building. It could even withstand an earthquake of a magnitude 8 magnitude. But this cost money. An astronomical amount of money. They didn't dare to imagine that in just a few days, the stadium would be completely transformed into a small city, just for the sake of a 3-day high school fighting competition. Don't feel too surprised. There's a reason why this is so expensive, Qiushu said. This year seems to be Tianshui City's 500th anniversary. In order to celebrate, the government officials decided to hold a large-scale celebration, which is why it's so grand. This time's competition will also be broadcasted to the whole city. Even the entire Yangzhou district can watch. Just the broadcasting fee alone is already very expensive, so there's no need to worry about the government losing money. But Jiang Yaru and the others all had a heavy heart. Because this way, they would receive the attention of so many people. If they were to make a fool of themselves in front of so many people, that would be terrible. Who knew how many people would laugh at them? Xia Ping was very excited. With so many people watching, wouldn't this be a good opportunity to gain a lot of hatred? This was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you want to pass the qualifiers, you only need to survive in this city for 3 days? Xia Ping asked impatiently. He wanted to know the rules of the competition. How could it be that simple? Qiushu shook her head. If you want to pass the qualifiers and advance to the top 16, in addition to surviving in this city for 3 days, you also need to obtain a token hidden in the city. There are a total of 16 of these tokens. These tokens are hidden next to the strongest monsters in this city. Each of them has the strength of a martial artist and are extremely tyrannical. If you're not careful, you'll definitely die." Her face was very serious. Xiong Batian and the others all held their breath. Monsters with the strength of a martial artist? On the Beast Island, even ordinary beasts could tear them to shreds. If it was a monster with the strength of a martial artist, they would probably be torn apart by those monsters even if they all rushed up. How were they supposed to fight? Wasn't this just sending themselves to death? You think it's difficult? That's normal. Choshu nodded. Because this is the highest level competition for Tianshui City's high school students. It represents the highest level of Tianshui City. Only those who can do this can be called geniuses and become the top 16 people in Tianshui City. If it wasn't this difficult, how would you eliminate more than 3,000 people? Chapter 115. After listening to teacher Choshua's words, Xiong Batian and others were all silent. Indeed, as the teacher said, even if all of them were eliminated, it was not surprising that none of them could enter the top 16. In fact, there were only a handful of high schools in Tianshui City that could enter the top 16 over the years. Basically, they went to that place as a foil and came back. And the school didn't have much expectation for them. 10 minutes later, the bus soon arrived at a huge open space in front of Tianshui City Stadium. At this time, many buses had been parked in the open space. One by one, the top students of the major middle schools walked out of the bus and gathered on the square. 2,000 or 3,000 people came at once, which was very spectacular. Under the leadership of teacher Choshua, Xia Ping and others quickly walked down from the bus and came to the area belonging to their school. They lined up temporarily and waited for the game to begin. "Look, the people of Zhengde Middle School and Xinhua Middle School are here," a student shouted. Everyone looked over, and immediately 2 golden buses came from the entrance. They were 2 stories high. At first glance, they knew that they were local tycoons' buses. The surface seemed to be gilded, and it was blinding. Gee, it's worthy of being a famous aristocratic school in Tianshui City. It's really a local tycoon, a student exclaimed, looking at such a bus with envy and jealousy. These 2 schools are both famous aristocratic schools. They belong to sister schools, but Xinhua School is more famous. The children of all the dignitaries and businessmen in Tianshui City will go to such schools. Although Zhengde Middle School is also a little famous, it is much worse than Xinhua School. If you have to compare, one is a local tycoon, and the other is a noble. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, the students came down from the golden bus, all of them like a rooster with chicken blood. They raised their heads and looked at the top as if they didn't put the students on the scene in their eyes. Every piece of clothes they wore was handmade and customized, using expensive monster skins, polymer materials, etc., which were warm in winter and cool in summer, and had a certain degree of protection. Needless to say, everyone also understood that every piece of clothing above was valuable, at least thousands of federal coins, some even worth tens of thousands of federal coins. Ordinary people could only look up and sigh. It's really annoying to compare people. We can't compare with those local tycoon schools at all. Look at their chi and blood is very strong, each of them has at least the cultivation base of the martial disciple above the 7th heaven, and there are also 8th heaven. You can't compare to them. They eat monster meat for every meal, and they have medicinal pills to help them cultivate. They also use all sorts of advanced machines, and they have all sorts of famous teachers to guide them. Over time, the gap will be huge. Looks like we're just here to serve as foils. We've already been eliminated before we could even enter. Many students were discussing among themselves. Seeing the people from these 2 aristocratic schools appear, all of them suffered a heavy blow. They were all from ordinary schools and were also ordinary people. Families with a monthly income of more than 10,000 were considered well off. But what about those students from the aristocratic schools? Their meals cost tens of thousands a month. How could they compare? However, Xiong Batian and the others realized that the students from the 2 schools didn't seem to be heading towards their area. Instead, they were leading a large group of people towards them. The leader was a 1.95-meter tall fat man in a black suit from Xinghua Middle School. Han Shan and the other students from Xingde Middle School were like lackeys, nodding and bowing as they followed behind these people from Xinghua Middle School. A group of people walked over in a grandiose manner. "Xia Ping, did you provoke the people from Xinghua Middle School again?" Seeing these people coming over with malicious intentions, Jiang Yaru couldn't help but glare at Xia Ping. They didn't look like they were here to make friends, but to intimidate. Xia Ping rubbed his chin. "No, I didn't. You also know that I'm a very low-key person." "Low-key my ass." Xiong Badian and the others looked at Xia Ping with disdain. "If a bastard like you can be called low-key, then there's no one in the world who can be high-key. Who doesn't know that you always stir up trouble? Small things become big, and big things get out of hand. You're the legendary god of plague. They've all experienced this bastard strength before. You're Xia Ping." At this time, the fat man in the suit led a group of people to Xia Ping's group. Relying on his 1.95-meter tall height, he looked down at Xia Ping with an arrogant expression. Han Shan and the others stood behind the students of Xinghua Middle School with a gloating look on their faces. "I heard that you're very arrogant in Commoner Middle School, stirring up trouble everywhere. You even dared to provoke the people from Righteous Middle School. Is that true?" The fat man in the suit stared at Xia Ping. His tone was extremely arrogant, as if he was a leader interrogating his subordinate. "Fatty, do I know you that well?" Xia Ping gave him a sidelong glance. "What?" Hearing this, the people from Xinghua Middle School and Righteous Middle School were stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who didn't know that it was taboo for the fat man to be called fatty? No one had ever dared to call him that to his face. Anyone who called him that, without exception, had died a horrible death. Clearly, the fat man's face was half black. Anger brewed in his heart as he glared at Xia Ping. "Brat, do you know anything about manners? Who are you calling fatty? How dare you talk to Feng Hetang like this? Believe it or not, I'll beat you." A student from Xinghua Middle School immediately jumped out and yelled at Xia Ping. Han Shan also jumped out and shouted, "Xia Ping, you're too much. How dare you talk to Brother Feng Hetang like this? Hurry up and kowtow to him, apologize, and beg for his forgiveness. Otherwise, when Brother Feng gets angry, you won't be able to eat it." He was like a lackey, loyal to his master. "No way, this fatty is the famous Feng Hetang of Xinghua Middle School? It is said that he is already a master of the 9th heaven of martial disciple. He is extremely powerful and talented. I didn't expect him to be so fat." A student was shocked. He seemed to have heard of the other party's reputation. "Shut up." A companion next to him covered the student's mouth and looked flustered. "You know he is Feng Hetang of Xinghua Middle School, and you dare to call him fatty to his face. Do you want to die?" Someone called him fatty like this before. As a result, more than a dozen of his ribs were broken. He wailed in the hospital for a month, and no doctor dared to save him. The student was scared half to death. Is this Feng Hetang so powerful? Of course. The companion whispered, his father is a counselor in Tianshui City. He has great power. Who dares to provoke him? Counselor? Everyone was shocked. They looked at Fatty Feng Hetang in shock. This was an official position with real power. He was a government official with monstrous power. It was equivalent to the standing committee of a prefecture-level city in China in Feng Yu's previous life. Chapter 116. Hearing these words, Xiong Batian and the others were all shocked. It was no wonder that a rich young master like Han Shan would bow and scrape in front of Feng Hetang like a lackey. It's really impossible to compare with the other party's family background. After all, Han Shan is just a rich young master with a family asset of just 1 billion. Such a character can be found in Tianshui City. But Feng Hetang, his father is a member of parliament in Tianshui City, one of the 9 great powers. If he wants to kill you, a little young master, isn't that easy? So Han Shan's attitude is also completely understandable. Han Shan. Hearing Han Shan's words like this, Xia Ping asked curiously, I remember you are the leader of Jingde Middle School, and you are also a person with a head and a face. Now you have changed your career and become a lackey of others. Change your sister. Hearing Xia Ping say this, Han Shan's face turned green, and he was so angry that he was half dead. Although his performance is indeed like this, he can't say it out loud. Isn't this clearly trying to embarrass him and slap his face? He glared at Xia Ping and seemed to want to fight desperately. Kid, your mouth is too cheap, you should slap it. The fat man in the suit, Feng Hatang's eyes flashed a cold light. With a whoosh, he made a move, and the palm the size of a palm leaf fan immediately fanned. Don't look at his huge size, but his movements are extremely agile, like lightning, and he slapped toward Xia Ping's face all of a sudden, showing a terrible momentum. Xia Ping's eyes flashed, and he had long been prepared for this person's attack, and he punched out. Boom! The fist and the palm collided, and the true energy bombarded. Suddenly, there was a burst of air in the air, and the air waves rolled, and the surrounding students were shocked to step back several steps. A lot of dust rolled, and smoke filled the air. With a few cracking sounds, there were more than a dozen tiny cracks on the ground at the feet of the two. It can be imagined how terrifying the strength of this blow was. Seeing that Xia Ping easily resisted his palm, the fat man in the suit, Feng Hatang, was also a little surprised. He narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous light. Sure enough, as Han Shan said, you have some ability. You can actually resist a blow from my ninth heaven of martial arts. You also have a little arrogance. He thought that he was a powerhouse of the ninth heaven of martial disciple, and it was a sneak attack in vain. There was no reason for him to fail, but he did not expect to be resisted by Xia Ping. Amazing! The people from Xinhua Middle School were shocked. They knew how powerful Feng Hatang was. He could become the boss of Xinhua Middle School not only because his father was a senator, but also because of his tyrannical strength. With a single palm strike, the force of 10,000 jin would explode. Even a black bear would be smashed to pieces, not to mention a human. However, this brat was actually able to withstand it and not fall into a disadvantageous position. This was not simple. Students over there, what are you doing? You're not allowed to cause trouble here. Otherwise, you'll be disqualified immediately. A security guard at the side saw the situation and immediately went forward to warn them. Seeing the security guard arrive, Feng Hatang didn't care at all. He still looked at Xia Ping and sneered, but if you want to be arrogant in front of me, Feng Hatang, you're not qualified. Han Shan is my little brother. By teaching him a lesson, you're slapping my face. You're not giving me any face. Just you wait. When the competition starts, you'll have a good time. Dropping this sentence, he waved his hand and left with a group of people. Han Shan also glared at Xia Ping fiercely and left, but he was in a very happy mood because with Feng Hatang's attack, this kid would definitely die miserably. Better than me? Xia Ping's eyes showed a glimmer of coldness. With the security guard here, it was not easy for him to make a move. Once he entered the competition scene, how could this Feng Hatang be his opponent? On Beast Island, even if he took the crazy magic pill and was promoted to the half-step martial warrior realm, the leader of the cheetah regiment was not his opponent. He was blown up by him with one punch and died without a whole body. This Feng Hatang, who was only at the ninth heaven layer, dared to be arrogant in front of him. Isn't this courting death? This damn troublemaker. Xiong Badian and others' faces were green. The competition hasn't started yet, and they have provoked a strong enemy from Xinhua Middle School. When they enter the competition, how can they still live? They knew that this bastard was not a good thing. He was definitely a god of plague, but they didn't expect him to be so hateful. Rumble at this moment, a huge white spaceship appeared in the sky. It quickly docked on the square. The hatch opened, and immediately students in white school uniforms came out. These students wore very ordinary clothes, but each of them exuded a strong martial arts aura, like a fierce beast, and the entire venue seemed to be suppressed by them. Each of them was impressively a strong martial artist in the ninth heaven layer. Students of Tianshui City's first middle school. A student whispered. Everyone was shocked. Tianshui City's first middle school is the best school in the entire Tianshui City. It is not a private school, but a public school, and the tuition is very low. But it is surprisingly difficult to take the exam. Those who can go to this school are all the best students in Tianshui City. Each of them is powerful, and other middle schools can't compare with them at all. The high school fighting competition held in Tianshui City has been held for a total of 108 sessions. Among them, the champions of 100 sessions were all students of Tianshui City's first middle school. There is no doubt that this group of people are the favorites for the championship of this high school fighting competition. Some people even say that the championship battle is likely to be carried out among the students of Tianshui City's first middle school, and other schools are supporting roles. Although people from other schools are reluctant to admit this, when they saw the students of Tianshui City's first middle school coming out of the spaceship, they all felt an invincible feeling in their hearts. Look, that's Qin Muyang, the strongest person in Tianshui City's first middle school, the peak of the ninth heaven layer. It seems that he is about to break through to the martial warrior realm. A student stared at a young man in a white school uniform standing at the front. It is said that his father is still the mayor of Tianshui City, and the Qin family is also one of the largest families in Tianshui City. Outstanding talent, born in a rich family, this kind of person is simply perfect. This Qin Muyang is the favorite to win this high school fighting competition. It is said that even in Tianshui City's first middle school, he is the overwhelming number one, and no one can match him. Everyone was talking about it, looking at the students of Tianshui City's first middle school with envy and jealousy. If the previous Xingde Middle School and Xinbua Middle School were local tyrant schools, then Tianshui City's first middle school is a real genius school. Those who can go to study in it are all martial arts geniuses, and any one of them is in the top 10 of the major schools. Chapter 117. Boom! With the arrival of the white spaceship, a pink spaceship followed closely behind. It also quickly arrived at the venue. The cabin door opened, and beautiful women with beautiful bodies walked down from it. It looked like a group of female idols, which shocked everyone present. The girls from Xiulan Middle School are here. No way, the legendary noble school for girls? Yes, that's the school. It's said that the girls who want to study in this school either have excellent academic performance or are born in rich families. It's a real noble school for girls. I didn't expect to see the girls from Xiulan Middle School here. How lucky. It's said that they usually stay in the school and rarely go out. Once they do, they'll be surrounded by a large group of followers. It's the real place to train young ladies. Many students were discussing and watching the girls walk down from the pink spaceship. Facing the uproar around them, they didn't move and walked straight ahead. However, wherever they moved, they became the focus of the crowd. Wait, isn't the one leading the group the princess of Tianshui City, Nangong Wu? A male student exclaimed and immediately saw a long-haired girl walking at the front. Everyone immediately looked over. The girl had beautiful long hair and was extremely beautiful. She had a slender figure and a pair of spirited eyes that seemed to be able to speak. Especially her legs, which were extremely slender. Her waist was so slender that it could be held. She was simply an unattainable goddess. Yes, she's Nangong Wu from Tianshui City. It's said that she's the princess of the Nangong family and the only legal heir. The Nangong family is the richest family in Tianshui City. They control a fleet and are known as the king of the fishing industry. Their assets are over 10 billion, and they even dabble in hotels, restaurants, real estate, etc. If you marry the princess of the Nangong family, it'll be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. You'll immediately have a net worth of 10 billion. The number of people who want to marry her can line up from the top of the city to the bottom of the city. You're not qualified. After her photo was released, she was immediately chosen by the netizens as the #1 person they want to marry the most. She has countless pursuers. I heard that even Qin Muyang has been pursuing her. He even went to the Nangong family to propose marriage, but unfortunately, she didn't agree. Many students discussed animatedly as they looked at Nangong Wu of Shilon Middle School. She was like a princess, and could be said to be the moon surrounded by stars. Her body emitted a charm that was hard to forget. Some people also noticed that Qin Muyang, who had always been arrogant and expressionless, changed the moment he saw Nangong Wu. It seemed like he wanted to go up and chat with her. However, he still resisted and did not act. Shilon High School. Xia Ping's eyes flickered as he looked at the girls. He seemed to be thinking of something. Xia Ping, you're not planning something bad, are you? Jiang Yaru was very sensitive. He immediately noticed that there was something wrong with Xia Ping's gaze. It was as if he wanted to do something bad. Hearing this, Xia Ping felt very wronged and shouted, "You are wronging me. Do I look like the kind of person who does bad things? Don't judge a book by its cover." Bullshit. Xiong Badian and the others looked at Xia Ping with disdain. You bastard, without a doubt, you are that kind of person. Moreover, you never do anything good. You specialize in doing bad things. There is no one more despicable than you. Right, they suddenly thought of something. It was said that this Xia Ping was lustful. He was despicable and shameless. He had countless girlfriends and had even impregnated many high school girls. Could it be that this bastard wanted to extend his evil palms to the daughters of Shilon Middle School? Instantly, their expressions changed. This was bad. These beautiful girls were like white rabbits. Being targeted by a big bad wolf, how could they still be alive? It would be strange if they didn't eat them up. Who knew, maybe the girls of Shilon Middle School had already fallen into this bastard's hands. Ding dong! Without waiting for Xiong Batian and the others to say anything, a huge screen suddenly appeared in the air above the plaza. Following that, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit appeared. He was the person in charge of this competition, Chen Hai. Students. The responsible Chen Hai opened his mouth and said, I believe that you have already understood some of the rules of the preliminaries, so I won't say much. I just want to tell you one thing. Later, the staff will give you a smartwatch. The smartwatch will show the map of the simulated city and the location of the token. You can find the token according to the instructions of the watch. Apart from this watch, you can't bring anything else in. Otherwise, it will be regarded as cheating and you will be eliminated immediately. If anyone wants to admit defeat, you can also press the button on the watch. Then, you can immediately withdraw from the competition. Okay, the commentary ends here. Good luck, everyone. At this point, with a snap, the projection in the air immediately disappeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, one by one, the staff came to the front of each school and handed out a watch. Each student had one, and each student had to wear it on their right wrist. Ha! Xia Ping also took a watch and pressed the button. With a beep, a virtual map immediately appeared, seemingly showing the map of a virtual city in front of them. However, on the map, the number 1053 was shown, and there was also the appearance of the 8th zone. The staff seemed to have noticed Xia Ping's confusion and explained, this is a serial number. It will be randomly distributed. The entire virtual city will be divided into 16 zones, and you will all be randomly distributed to these 16 zones. This is to prevent some of the stronger schools from joining forces to eliminate other students, causing injustice. Xia Ping nodded. He also understood why the person in charge of the competition would do this. If the students of the schools were not randomly distributed, he was afraid that it would become a competition between schools. The weaker schools would definitely not be a match for the stronger schools. Once you get the watch and know which zone you are in, immediately gather at the entrance of the zone and wait for the competition to begin, the staff said to Xia Ping. Thank you. Xia Ping nodded, turned around, and walked toward the 8th zone. The other students also began to move, one after another, heading toward their assigned zone. After all, the competition would begin in an hour, and they could not afford to waste time. This is the 8th zone. A few minutes later, Xia Ping arrived at the 8th zone. He raised his head and looked over. A huge city gate was placed in front of him, and the surrounding steel walls were hundreds of meters tall, looking extremely magnificent. He knew that this simulated city was surrounded by a circular steel wall, divided into 16 zones, and 16 gates. The area was extremely large, enough to accommodate millions of people. 3,000 people entering was simply like a drop of water entering the sea. Come over and check your belongings. Then, gather in front of the city gate, a staff said. Chapter 118. Malicious intent. When Xia Ping passed through the metal detector and gathered in front of the city gate, he immediately sensed several malicious gazes coming from afar. It was Feng Hetang. He immediately saw that not far away, among the crowd, a huge fatty Feng Hetang was standing there. He stood out from the crowd, extremely conspicuous and full of pressure. Beside him stood 2 or 3 students from Xinhua Middle School. Even Han Shan and the other 2 or 3 students from Jingde Middle School were here. It was really a narrow road for enemies. These guys are also in the 8th area. What a coincidence. Xia Ping's eyes flickered. He was randomly divided into 16 areas, but he was actually able to meet Feng Hetang and the others. It could only be considered luck. However, he ignored them and stood quietly, waiting for the competition to begin. However, not far away, Han Shan and the others also found traces of Xia Ping. I didn't expect this damn Xia Ping to also be assigned to the 8th area. This time he's out of luck. Han Shan was overjoyed when he found traces of Xia Ping. Originally, even if they entered the simulation city, it would not be easy to find Xia Ping in such a big city. If the other party deliberately hid, it would be even more difficult. But who would have thought that this kid would also be assigned to the 8th area, just like them? This time, even if this guy wanted to escape, it would be even more difficult. He is indeed out of luck. Feng Hetang revealed a cold smile. I wanted to deal with him later, but I didn't expect him to come to us in person. This is God's will. God's will is hard to deal with. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes extremely cold. Indeed, a student from a small civilian school dares to clamor at us. He is simply courting death. We must teach him a lesson and let him know the gap between us. So what if he has a bit of talent? He was still beaten half to death by us. I want to teach him some principles. I think he will be grateful to us in the future. Although we can't kill him in this competition, we can still beat him half to death. As long as his life is not in danger, those referees will not come out to stop us. As soon as we enter, we will immediately make a move. We won't even give him a chance to press the button on his watch and forfeit. When the time comes, we will play with him in this city. The students grinned and stared at Xia Ping as if they had found an interesting toy. Xia Ping, oh Xia Ping, this time, I must repay your kindness on Beast Island. Han Shan clenched his teeth and stared at Xia Ping. His heart was filled with rage. Ever since he returned from the Beast Island, he had suffered such humiliation and had to lie in the hospital for a week to recover. However, this incident had caused his status in Jingde High School to plummet. After all, seeing him in such a humiliating state, those lackeys and girls no longer treated him as a god like before. Instead, there was a faint sense of disdain. This kind of gaze was unbearable to him. If he didn't teach this Xia Ping a lesson, it would be difficult for him to get rid of his inner demons. It would be very difficult for him to improve his martial arts cultivation in the future. Therefore, even if he gave up his dignity as the gang leader of Jingde Middle School, he still asked for help from the boss of Xinhua Middle School. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger at all. Ding dong! Just at this moment, the crisp sound of a bell came from afar. It was clear and melodious, and it spread throughout the entire square, allowing every student to hear it clearly. Rumble then, the huge city gate in front of them opened. The mechanical shaft rotated and slowly moved to both sides, slowly revealing the true appearance of the simulated city. The competition has begun. Participants, please go in immediately. A staff member held a loudspeaker and shouted at the participating students, announcing the official start of the competition. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hearing these words, the surrounding students immediately moved and quickly rushed toward the simulated city without hesitation. Those who entered first would undoubtedly gain some advantages. When all the students entered the simulated city, the city gate at the back was also closed, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Amazing! After entering the simulation city, some of the students were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. Tall buildings rose and fell one after another, roads extended in all directions, and there were even taxis parked on the roads. There were even pieces of advertising paper floating on the ground, and there were trees and street lights by the side of the road. It was completely a real city. One must know that a few days ago, this place was just an ordinary stadium, but now it had immediately turned into a real simulated city. Such efficiency was really terrifying. It was probably impossible for humans hundreds of years ago to imagine such a scene. In just a few days, a city that could accommodate millions of people could be built, and it didn't even require a lot of money. However, this was the power of technology. Quick, the token is just over 10 kilometers away. Hurry up and snatch the token. If we are too late, it might be snatched away by others. Let's go immediately. There are only 16 of these tokens. After entering the simulated city, all the students couldn't wait any longer. According to the virtual map displayed on their smartwatches, they all madly rushed toward their destination. After all, there was only one token. If it was snatched away, the others wouldn't have a share. Xia Ping also wanted to move, but before he could take a step, he was immediately blocked by 5 to 6 people. These people were Feng Hetang and the other 5, and each of them looked at him fiercely. Aren't you going to fight for the token? Xia Ping looked at them indifferently. Feng Hetang snorted coldly, still trying to act cool here. I already told you long ago how miserable it would be to offend me, Feng Hetang. However, you actually didn't take it seriously and even dared to talk back to me. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Now do you know your mistake? He looked down from above, full of oppression, as if he was looking at prey. Han Shan and the others also stared at Xia Ping fiercely, as if they were going to tear Xia Ping apart at any time. At this time, they would definitely not let this kid escape. Feng Hetang. Xia Ping looked at Feng Hetang indifferently. Don't provoke me. Get lost now, and I can still save you some face. Otherwise, you will be miserable. Really miserable. Do you understand? Understand my ass. Feng Hetang's nose was crooked from anger. At this time, this kid actually dared to be arrogant in front of him. If he didn't beat this kid up, he wouldn't be the boss of Xinbua Middle School. Since you are stubborn and won't repent until you see the coffin, I will let you suffer. Boom! Chapter 119. When the game began, the high-definition cameras distributed in all corners of the entire Sim City immediately began to work, recording the game scenes in 16 areas. Then these pictures were broadcast live, so that the entire Tianshui city and even the entire Yangzhou district could see them, and they could be transmitted to the TV, and even the internet could be watched. For the first time, the audience noticed that Feng Hetang and others were fighting with Xia Ping. Look, someone just went in and started fighting. There must be hatred between these two groups, so they started fighting just after the game started. This damn fatty is really powerful. He actually learned the high-level martial arts technique Heart Destruction Palm. With a slap, he destroyed the heart and immediately exuded a fierce aura. People with slightly weaker willpower would be scared to pee their pants. Of course, he is powerful. This fatty is a powerhouse in the 9th heaven of martial arts. He is one of the top masters in Xinbua Middle School. It is normal for him to use this move. That kid is finished. I think he will be beaten to shit with one palm. Many audiences all over Tianshui City were talking and communicating on the internet. On these live TV platforms, you can type your own feelings, or you can click on the above screen and immediately display the simple information of each contestant, so that the audience can understand these contestants. It can be said that this kind of commercialization has reached the extreme. However, it is indeed as these audiences said. This fatty Feng Hetang is indeed powerful. He used the heart destruction palm to the perfect realm, and with the power of the ninth heaven of martial arts, the palm wind is terrifying. With a single slap, even a water buffalo would be smashed into pieces, and its internal organs would explode. But what kind of character is Xia Ping? He even took the crazy demon pill and reached the cheetah regiment leader Lin Bao's fatal blow. How could he be afraid of this Feng Hetang's heart destruction palm? In the face of Feng Hetang's palm, Xia Ping also made a move and blasted out with a punch. Boom! The two men's fists and palms collided together, and the soft power collided with the fierce and unparalleled power, exploding in the air, as if producing a gas explosion. And the ground at the feet of the two men immediately produced a deep pit, and cracks spread around, making a cracking sound. Han Shan and others couldn't help but take a few steps back and were repelled by these strong winds. How is this possible? Feng Hetang was shocked. This palm strike was a strike that he was determined to win, unlike the one he had held back outside the square. However, when such a palm strike landed on the boy's body, it was as if it had hit a ball of cotton. His soft and ruthless power was easily neutralized, as if it could not hurt his body at all. This is also normal. Xia Ping's Dark North body protection technique has been cultivated to a very high level, and the powerhouse of the ninth heaven of the martial artist can no longer cause any harm to him. It was estimated that only a martial warrior realm powerhouse would have such qualifications, but how could Feng Hetang know such an exquisite protective technique like the Dark North body protection palace? Oh no! Just as his palm struck out in vain, he realized that Xia Ping was not going to let him go. Xia Ping punched out with his left fist. It was as fast as lightning and as fast as lightning. It was unstoppable. Dragon Fist, Azure Dragon shakes the heavens. As he punched out, the faint roar of a dragon could be heard in the void. The void trembled, causing the blood of Han Shan and the others to boil. They were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood and felt like they were about to faint. This force, like the roar of a dragon, suddenly blasted out, and it was unparalleled, shaking the earth. Boom! All of a sudden, it hit the fat man Feng Hetang solidly. No! Feng Hetang immediately let out a scream. He felt that this tyrannical and unparalleled force had reached 30,000 jin. Even with his physical defense, he could not resist it at all. In just one breath, his body, which weighed 300 jin, was blasted out, flew directly hundreds of meters, and finally hit a huge cement wall on the side of the street. With a few cracks, Feng Hetang was embedded in the cement wall, and his whole body was sunken inside. A large amount of gravel rolled down, and even the wall had more than a dozen cracks. Too strong. Is this still 5 forms fist? I have also practiced 5 forms fist, but there is no such power. If I guessed correctly, this has been cultivated to the realm of perfection, turning the rotten into the magical. No way, this guy is also an 18-year-old young man, and he has actually comprehended 5 forms fist to the realm of perfection. Generally speaking, even talented martial arts experts can only have such comprehension at the age of 20 or 30. I once saw an old man who had practiced fist techniques for decades, and he used 5 forms fist like this, but he was already a martial arts grandmaster, and he cultivated for decades like a day. Abnormal. This is the fighting level of Tianshui City, it has just started, and it is already so strong. On the live broadcast platform, countless viewers were exclaiming. In this era where everyone was cultivating martial arts, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and almost everyone had a very deep understanding of martial arts. Among them, there was no lack of real martial arts experts. Oh no, this kid is too scary, let's run. Seeing Xia Ping so fierce, it seemed that he was even more terrifying than when he was on Beast Island. Han Shan's face turned green, and he immediately wanted to run away. Otherwise, if he fell into the hands of this kid, he would not be able to get away. The others were also extremely shocked. Even their boss Feng Hatong was not a match and was defeated by a punch. They estimated that even if they fought together, they would not be a match for this kid. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Han Shan and others immediately wanted to escape. Want to run? Xia Ping's eyes showed a trace of coldness, his figure flickered, and suddenly divided into 5 phantoms in the air, like a tiger, a dragon, a white crane, a poisonous snake, and a cheetah. In just a breath, Han Shan and the other 5 people could not even run a step, and almost at the same time, they were hit by a punch, and their whole body was smashed out like a cannonball. Bang bang bang! They let out a shrill scream, flew out horizontally, and smashed hard on the wall above the street, and also smashed out 5 holes, like a painting hanging on the wall. With a puff, these people could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and several ribs in their chest were broken. 5 forms fist, my god, I thought it was just a legend, I didn't expect someone to really practice it, this kid is abnormal, definitely a pure big abnormal. Seeing this scene, a member of the audience immediately cried out, completely stunned. Many spectators were also shocked, they were also strong martial arts cultivators, and of course, they knew how terrifying it was to be able to punch out 5 forms at the same time. The power of such a punch was increased several times. It was estimated that this young man had cultivated the 5 forms fist to the highest realm, turning the rotten into the magical, proficient in the essence of each fist technique.